You step just inside the wide stone doorway, and the warmth that spills from beyond it settles into your shoulders like a slow sigh. The air is still, thick with quiet, carrying no scent but old paper and candle wax, and something soft beneath, like sunlight trapped in wool. You've come here not to find anything, not to arrive anywhere, only to be held by this place for a while. The door behind you closes without sound, not locked, just settled into its frame as if it had been waiting for your arrival all along. This is the Dragon Map Library, and though no one names it in words spoken aloud, every map here knows your name, even if they don't speak it. You are expected, not because of a letter or a summons, but because the silence you carry, the quiet weight of being alone with thoughts too heavy for daylight, is something this place has always known how to hold. It doesn't ask you to explain why you're tired, only to let your hands rest where they fall. The dragon is sitting just past the threshold on a low dais shaped like a stone wave, her scales mottled in soft grays and silvered blues that shift slightly when she moves, like water beneath frost. She does not look up immediately, nor does she turn toward you with any fanfare. Instead, she finishes rolling one cloth map across the table before her, the edges curling inward as if they'd forgotten how to stay flat. The surface is layered in delicate ink washes, rivers that stop mid-flow, roads ending on blank paper where no town ever was, forests fading into white at their outer rims like breaths held too long. You are not asked to look at any one thing. There is no instruction, only permission. Permission to be still, to notice what you notice without needing to name it or act upon it. The dragon sets the map down gently and turns her head just enough to meet your eyes. Her gaze is slow, steady, like a well that has seen many seasons pass through its surface. You are here not to follow a path, nor to find one. No map in this room leads to power or escape or even destination. There are no routes marked with urgency. The roads on these pages do not promise arrival. They simply continue, sometimes fading into open space, sometimes looping back gently, as if remembering their own shape. The dragon speaks now, her voice low and unhurried. like a book closing after the last sentence. You may sit wherever you feel most quiet. She does not gesture. There is no need. You already know where your body wants to rest. The wide bench carved into the stone wall near the far lamp, its surface worn smooth by generations of guests who came as you have, with silence clinging like dust. You move toward it slowly, letting each step settle into the floor. The tiles are warm underfoot, not from heat rising up, but from something deeper, like memory stored in rock. Your shoulders drop slightly when you sit, not dramatically, just enough that your spine remembers how to curve without effort. The dragon reaches beneath her left forepaw and pulls out a small tray of smooth river stones, each one round, polished by time or tides unknown. She places one on the edge of the map table, then another beside it, arranging them in no particular order, just enough weight to keep paper corners from lifting when air drifts through. You watch her hands, not because they are beautiful, but because there is no rush in them. No flicker, no hesitation. Each movement is its own moment, not a step towards something else. She lifts one corner of a large paper map, crinkled at the edges, folded in places like old wounds, and smooths it with her fingertip before pressing down gently with the stone. The ink on this particular map has faded almost completely along certain lines. Where roads once connected villages, now only ghost traces remain. Pale gray smudges that look more like breath than path. She leans close and runs a knuckle over one of the faint trails, not to read it, but to feel its shape, like tracing a name remembered from childhood. You notice how she pauses at each map before moving on, not out of carelessness, but because there is no hurry in this place. Each one has already been considered. None are incomplete by accident. The unfinished parts are not omissions. They are invitations. They ask nothing, offer only presence. She glides her hand across the surface of a large rolled cloth map, resting at the center of the table. Its edges frayed from years of being opened and closed with care. Without speaking, she begins to unroll it slowly, letting it unfold in silence. The fabric is soft, thick like felted wool, but lighter than air. As it spreads across the stone, you see that much of it has no markings at all, only scattered dots, some connected by faint lines that look more like breathing than direction. There are places where entire regions have been left blank, the paper untouched, unclaimed, as if waiting for a story to begin or end without needing either. Some areas contain only one word written in faded ink. Here, maybe, still. Others carry no words at all, just the texture of the cloth itself, its weave telling stories in its own quiet language. She pauses and looks directly at you now, not with curiosity, but as if confirming that you are still there, that you have not left. It is a gentle check-in, not for your presence, but for your permission to keep going. You do not nod, nor say anything. Instead, you let yourself breathe in the space between her look and the next movement. The dragon reaches into her side pouch and pulls out a small wooden box with no lid, inside of which are neatly stacked labels made from thin sheets of birch bark. She picks one up carefully, no name written on it yet, and places it beside a map that shows only hills fading into mist at their edges. She does not write anything on the label. She leaves it blank. Then, she sets another down next to a different page. This one showing what looks like a path leading through a field of stars drawn in pencil, softly rendered, almost dreamlike, and again, no name is added. You notice that none of these labels are meant for navigation or identification. They are not meant to be read. They exist only as markers of time and attention. This one was touched here. This moment was considered. She picks up a rolled wooden tube from the shelf beside her, the kind used for transporting long maps, its surface carved with gentle spirals that look like waves or perhaps wind patterns. She places it on the table slowly, then lifts another from the same level shelf and sets it down beside the first. They are not identical, but similar enough to suggest a rhythm. One after another, placed in order of when they were last used. The dragon does not open either tube now. She only looks at them, her gaze lingering, as if remembering which stories had been told from inside each. Then she turns back to the main table and picks up a single sheet of paper that has been folded many times, its corners worn thin. When she opens it, you see it is blank, completely white, no marks, not even pencil smudge. She places it in front of you with one slow hand, not as an offering, but as if showing you how space can be held without needing to fill it. You look at the paper and feel nothing urgent, no pressure to write anything on it, no need to interpret what lies beneath. It is simply there, waiting to be noticed or ignored. Either way, no judgment follows. She picks up a nearby brush made of soft bristles, not for ink, but for dust, and runs it gently over the surface of an old parchment that shows only one road winding through open paper, ending at the very edge where nothing continues beyond. There are no warnings there, no signs saying, "Do not go further." Nothing says what might be on the other side, or whether anything exists at all. You lean forward slightly, not because you must, but because the air near the map table has softened into a kind of weightlessness, like the moment just before your body decides to sink deeper into a chair it knows too well. The white sheet remains untouched, and that is enough. You do not need to touch it. You only need to be here with its stillness, as if it were an old friend who arrived late at night, simply to sit beside you in silence. The dragon shifts her posture slowly, one wingtip folding inward just slightly, like a book closing after a long reading. Her gaze settles on the edge of the table, where the rolled wooden tubes rest side by side, each carved with spirals that seem less like designs and more like memories of movement. Wind through reeds, water curling over stone, breath passing through stillness. She does not reach for them again. Instead, she turns her attention to a shelf tucked low beneath the table's right corner, one that holds small glass jars filled with nothing but light. Softly glowing orbs, no larger than your palm, suspended in clear liquid. Their glow is steady, warm, like embers left to cool slowly. She lifts one jar carefully by its base and sets it down between you and the blank page. The light within pulses once, a slow, even beat, as if responding not to her hand, but to something deeper in the room itself. It doesn't flicker. It does not grow brighter or dimmer. It only exists as a quiet source of warmth that spreads through your arms where they rest on the table. You notice then how the paper beneath your fingers feels different. Not because it's changed, but because you finally stopped expecting it to. There is no pressure to mark it, to name it, to turn it into anything more than what it already is. A space that has been waiting not for meaning, but for presence. The dragon turns another page on the table. A large sheet this time, made of thin, almost translucent paper dyed faintly green at the edges. It shows no lines, no shapes, only scattered patterns in ink so diluted they look like watercolors spilled by accident. Some areas are slightly darker, as if a hand had brushed over them while half asleep. There is no map here, not even a suggestion of one. Just color and texture where light passes through the paper differently in some places than others. She lifts her brush again, this time not to dust, but to trace along the border between two such patches, just enough for you to feel the faintest resistance against your awareness, like the memory of touching something cool and smooth without knowing why. Then she sets it down beside a small tray containing dried petals, tiny, curled things in soft blues and pale violets that have lost their scent long ago, but still retain their shape. She places one petal gently on the green sheet, not near any feature or design, just somewhere in the middle of where there is nothing. It lies there like a note left behind by someone who had no message to deliver, only a gesture. And even that was gentle enough to be forgotten. You watch it settle. You listen for movement elsewhere in the room, the creak of wood, the sigh of air, but there are none. Only this, the soft hum of light from the jar between you, the quiet breath of paper unfolding as if slowly remembering how to breathe after long stillness. Then she slides a small wooden box across the table toward you, its lid open only halfway, revealing not labels or tools, but something much quieter. A collection of dried leaves arranged in perfect rows. Each one has been pressed so thin that they almost glow when light hits them from behind. Some are brown with age, others still hold faint traces of green near their centers. She does not say what they are meant for. You do not ask. You pick up one leaf and feel its weight. Light, fragile, like a memory you cannot quite name. It doesn't crackle when you turn it. It only lies in your palm, as if it were made to be held by someone who had no intention of using it for anything at all. She watches you hold it, not with expectation, just observation, noting how long your fingers stay still, how the leaf remains exactly where you place it once you let go. The room begins to feel deeper than before, not in size, but in time, as if the walls have grown more patient, as though they were waiting for something not urgent, not important, just real. A faint scent drifts through, nothing strong or defined, only a suggestion of dry earth after rain, like soil that remembers being wet even when it has long since dried. You do not search for its source. It is simply there, part of the air you are breathing in and out without effort. Now, she reaches into her side pouch again, not to pull out something new, but to retrieve a small stone shaped by water over time, smooth as if polished by years of gentle currents. She places it on the edge of the table near where your hand rests, not touching, just close enough that you feel its presence like a quiet companion. The dragon takes her time now, no longer moving from one object to another in succession. Instead, she sits back slightly, folding her claws gently into her lap, and looks at nothing in particular, or perhaps everything, all at once. Her eyes are not focused on any single thing, but seem instead to rest lightly across the entire room, like light passing over paper that has already been read. You notice how the glow from the glass jar pulses again, once more. But this time, it matches the rhythm of your breathing, not because you're aware of it, but because it's simply there, an echo, not a command. Another leaf drifts down from above, not from anywhere visible, no wind or draft, just appearing as if summoned by silence itself. It lands on the green sheet where the petal lies, and for a moment, they rest side by side. Two things that have been touched by time, but never used. You do not move to touch them. You don't even blink. You simply allow yourself to be here with their stillness, knowing you need not explain why it feels right. The dragon shifts her weight again, not dramatically, just a small shift of balance. And in doing so, the air above the map table seems to soften further, as if something has released its grip on form or purpose. There is no sound, no movement, only a deepening hush that settles across your shoulders and into the curve of your spine. The paper beneath you, the one that was blank before, now feels less like paper than like memory. Not the kind that demands to be recalled, but the kind that remembers being held. You close your eyes for just an instant, not to sleep, but to let go of sight. And when you open them again, the jar's glow has dimmed slightly, as though it were returning to its own quiet rhythm, matching something older than light itself. She picks up a single thread from a basket beside her, a thin, pale strand of silk, almost invisible in the low light, and holds it between two claws. She does not weave it into anything. She does not tie it. She only lets it rest on top of a rolled map that has never been opened. Its end sealed with wax that looks like frozen dew. The thread remains there, hanging just above the surface, as if suspended by nothing but stillness. You feel your hands relax in your lap. Your breath deepens without effort. You do not notice when it began. There is no reason to move, no place to go. Not even a name for what this feeling is, and that makes it easier to simply let it be. The dragon does nothing more than sit. She doesn't reach for another object. She doesn't turn her head or speak. Her presence becomes less like action and more like the quiet understanding of something that has always been here. Outside the library's walls, the real ones, not those in maps, there is no world to return to. There are only these moments: paper, light, leaf, stone, thread, breath, and you resting in them as if they had waited for nothing else but your arrival. You feel the weight of the moment, not in your limbs, but in the spaces between them. The quiet hollows where tension used to live, now filled with a kind of slow settling, like dust that has finally found its place on an old shelf. The air is warm and still enough that you can almost hear the breath of paper itself, not as sound, but as sensation. Something soft brushing against your awareness, like fingertips passing just above skin without touching. You let it be. The dragon does not shift again. She remains folded into her own shape, a slow curve of shadowed stone and faintly glowing scale. One claw resting lightly on the edge of the table where a map lies unrolled, its surface marked only with faint lines that seem to grow dimmer at their edges, as though they were drawn in something that has already faded from memory. The line doesn't lead anywhere you can see. No village, no mountain peak, not even a bend in river or an unnamed glen. It simply ends where the paper does, like a thought that stopped before it could be named. You lean forward just slightly, not to inspect, but because your body has learned how to respond to stillness with gentle curiosity. The map is made of something thicker than parchment, not quite cloth, not entirely paper. Its texture feels like sunlight caught in fabric and pressed into permanence. The ink isn't black or brown, but a soft gray that shifts slightly when you look away and return, as though the line had been waiting for your attention to catch up with it. You do not reach out. You don't need to. There is no instruction, no test, no path to follow. The map does not ask anything of you beyond being seen. Just quietly present, like a place that has already decided not to be visited. Beside it rests a small tray carved from pale river stone, smooth and cool even in the warmth of the room. On it lies a single piece of broken glass, not sharp, not reflective, but translucent with a milky white interior that seems to hold light within its own body, like breath trapped inside a bell. You notice it because your eyes keep returning to it, as if drawn by something unspoken, a quiet pull from a corner of the room you hadn't noticed before. The dragon reaches for it slowly, her claws moving with such care that they seem almost hesitant, not out of fear, but reverence. She lifts the glass and holds it between two fingers, turning it just enough to catch the light in a way that makes the inside shimmer faintly, like something alive beneath its surface. Then she sets it back on the tray without speaking. You watch her do nothing else for several long moments. No gesture, no glance toward you. no adjustment of position. She simply holds space around herself and the objects nearby, as if they were part of a larger silence that has already been spoken. The room feels less like a building and more like a pause, an extended breath between two thoughts. There is another map now on the table, not near the one with the gray line, but farther off, placed in such a way that it seems to have arrived without being carried. It is folded into 4 layers of soft paper, each corner slightly rounded from handling, and when you look at it, you realize it has no name written anywhere, no border, no title, not even an indication of scale. Only the faintest impression of land, perhaps a coastline, or just the suggestion of one, drawn in ink so light that it seems more like memory than mark. You let your fingers hover above its surface without touching, not out of fear, but because you know this is not about discovery. It's about presence, the rightness of being near something unfinished, unclaimed, and still whole, simply for being untouched. The dragon reaches down into a low drawer beside her seat, no sound from the wood as it opens, no creak, no resistance, and pulls out a small wooden box with no lid. Inside are several pieces of folded paper, each smaller than your palm, their edges slightly frayed at the corners. One is yellowed almost to brown, another faintly blue, and one so white it looks like it has never been touched by ink or time. She selects the palest one, the one that seems most untouched, and places it carefully on top of the map with no line, as if offering it as a kind of gift. The paper is blank, except for a single mark in the lower right, a dot so small you might miss it if not looking directly at it. You don't ask why. You don't wonder what it means. It's enough to know it exists. This tiny point, this silent beginning. The dragon turns her head slightly, not toward you, but as though she were listening to something just beyond the reach of sight. Her eyes narrow for a fraction of a second, then relax again, returning to their usual state, not focused on anything in particular, yet perceiving everything. Outside the library's walls, though there is no wall to speak of really, only an endless curve of stone that folds into itself like breath held too long. The air does not stir. There are no birds, no footsteps, no distant echo of a world beyond this one. Only stillness, and within it, something softer than silence. The map with the dot now rests under your hand, though you don't recall moving it there. You are aware only that it is where you feel most settled, as if it had always been meant to be there. The paper feels warm, not from heat, but from being held in a place of care. You press just enough to feel the texture beneath. Fine fibers woven together, not for strength, but for memory. There's no need to unfold it, no reason to look inside. Another leaf drifts down from above, this time smaller than the last, almost like a scrap torn from something larger. It lands gently on the edge of the river stone tray, where the glass rests. For a moment, they are together. One fragment of living thing, one piece of trapped light. Neither moves, neither speaks. You feel your shoulders drop further into the weightlessness you've been drifting toward all night. Your spine aligns not with effort, but because it is finally decided that there is no reason to stay tense. The muscles along your neck release as if they had been holding their breath for years. The dragon leans forward slightly, just enough to bring her claws close to the tray, but does not touch anything. Instead, she watches the leaf and glass side by side, then closes her eyes slowly, like someone who has just remembered something quiet and important. When she opens them again, they are darker than before, not in tone, but in depth, as though light had passed through them and left something behind. There is a drawer beneath the table now, unseen until this moment. That opens silently on its own when no one touches it. Inside, wrapped in soft cloth, the color of moss at dawn, lies an old compass with no needle. The face is round, made of pale wood, etched with faint markings that look like nothing you recognize. Not directions, not stars, not even a map's layout. Just patterns, curves and spirals that seem to shift when you stare too long. You do not reach for it. You don't need to know what it is or where it points. It sits in the drawer as if waiting for no one at all, yet still present with purpose. The dragon lifts a single thread from another basket, this time darker, almost gray, and places it across the surface of the blank paper map that had been left folded beside your hand earlier. Not to tie anything, not to mark anything, just to rest there, like a breath held between two heartbeats. You notice how the light in the room has changed again, not less, but softer, as though filtering through something older than glass or stone. It doesn't illuminate, it simply settles over everything with quiet certainty. The jar's glow pulses once more, but slower this time, like a pulse that no longer needs to match anything. A sound rises from somewhere deep in the library, soft and low, not mechanical, not musical, but something between them. A tone that feels like memory rather than noise. It lasts only for a few seconds before fading into stillness again. You feel the thread tremble slightly, not from air, but from something deeper in the room's quiet. A faint vibration, like a note just out of reach, humming through the stone beneath your feet. It is not loud enough to disturb, only present enough to make you aware that stillness does not mean absence. The gray thread lies across the blank map as if it were a bridge between two thoughts, neither of which needs to be spoken. You do not move to adjust it. You do not wonder what it might have connected before it came here. It is simply there, part of the way things are now. A soft weight settles on your shoulder, not from hands or claws, but from warmth radiating through fabric folded just so. A long scarf made of wool that feels like moss after rain, layered with threads spun from shadow and moonlight. It slips down slowly, as if it had been waiting for this moment to find you, and drapes itself over both shoulders without asking. The edge near your collarbone is slightly cooler than the rest, a place where the fabric seems thinner, more porous, like something that has absorbed too many nights of quiet. There is a low shelf just beyond reach, its surface worn smooth by countless hands that never left marks. On it rests a cluster of small stones, each one shaped not by water or time, but by touch, round and soft as pebbles from a dream, their surfaces polished with care, not for shine, but so they won't catch on cloth when passed between fingers. One is dark gray like the thread, another pale blue, veined with something that looks like frozen mist. They are placed in no order, yet each seems to know where it belongs. The dragon does not speak. She shifts her weight slightly. Her tail curls forward just enough to press against the edge of a low stool you hadn't noticed until now. The wood is warm from long use, its grain carved with tiny symbols that look like nothing you've seen before. No letters, no runes, only shapes that seem to breathe when not looked at directly. You wonder if they are names, or perhaps dates, but then forget the thought as quickly as it came. Another map lies open beside your hand now, one of the older ones, its edges frayed and softened by time, the ink faded into a soft blue-gray haze where roads once curved through forests that no longer exist. It shows a long valley, not wide, but deep, with 3 small houses clustered near a bend in what used to be a river. The river is gone now, just a line of blank paper with faint watermarks suggesting flow, but the trees remain, their branches drawn so lightly they seem ready to vanish at any moment. You trace one path with your fingertip, not because you want to follow it, but because it feels like remembering something that never happened. A soft sound rises from behind the bookshelf, a gentle creaking as if wood were exhaling after holding its breath for years. It is followed by a single drop of liquid falling into a basin below. So quiet, you almost miss it. You turn your head slightly toward the source, but there's nothing to see except shadow and the faintest shimmer at the base of an archway, like steam rising from stone that remembers heat. The dragon lifts her claw, not sharply, not with urgency, but slowly enough for you to feel the air shift before she touches anything. She places it gently on a stack of folded papers in a basket near your feet, not moving them, just resting there as if confirming their presence. The paper beneath is thick and textured, like bark that has been pressed flat, and when you look closer, you see tiny marks along its edge, faint impressions made by fingers or claws long gone, arranged in no pattern, but somehow home. You notice the way light pools around certain objects, not because they reflect it, but because they seem to draw it inward, like soil holding moisture. The compass still sits tucked away, invisible now behind closed cloth. You don't need to see it. There is a quiet certainty that it does not matter where it points, because no one has ever been required to go anywhere. A new map unfolds itself without being touched. A long strip of parchment rolled around a slender wooden dowel. The wood, dark and smooth as river stone. It unrolls slowly across your lap, not because you asked for it, but because something in the air decided it was time. You do not open it fully. The edges remain curled at first, like hands that have forgotten how to stretch. Then, gradually, more of it reveals itself. Lands without names, roads with no destinations, fields stitched together from ink and memory. You see a small bridge painted faintly in red, a color so soft it might be rust or dried berry juice, but it leads nowhere. It ends mid-paper, just past the edge, where nothing follows. You feel no need to know why. The paper continues beyond it into open space, not empty, but complete in its incompleteness. The dragon lifts a small glass vial from a shelf beside her, a single droplet suspended inside, glowing faintly like captured starlight. She sets it down on the edge of your tray with no fanfare. It does not move. The light within pulses once, then stills. You think you hear a whisper, just one syllable, soft as breath on glass. But when you try to catch it, there is nothing. Another leaf drifts down, a third this night, from somewhere high above, where the ceiling curves into darkness like folded cloth. It lands not on the tray, nor on the map, but directly in your lap, caught between your legs, as if placed with intention. You lift it gently. It's brittle at the edges, its veins still visible, even though the color has faded to parchment yellow. There is no scent, no sound when you touch it. You let go. It floats down slowly, almost drifting, to settle on the surface of a small pool of ink that was not there before, one now filling a shallow dish near your elbow. The ink spreads gently outward in slow ripples, as if meeting something familiar. The leaf sinks slightly, then stops moving, not because it's heavy, but because it has found its place. There is no need to name this room or explain how the maps came here. You do not wonder where they go when you leave, because there is no leaving yet, and perhaps never will be. What matters now is that each map holds a kind of peace, not the absence of change, but the presence of stillness in change. You watch as the dragon turns her head toward a narrow alcove behind a curtain made of folded paper, one of those old ones with holes punched along one edge, like wind through ancient trees. She leans forward just enough for a single claw to graze the fabric surface, and it parts silently, revealing not another room but a vertical column of stacked books, each bound in soft leather that looks like skin from some creature you've never known. They are all blank, not empty, not unmarked, just waiting. No titles, no authors, no dates or symbols. Only the weight of pages that could hold anything, yet choose to say nothing at this moment. You do not open one. You do not reach for them. But you feel something shift inside your chest. Not a tightening, but an easing. Like a knot loosening after years of being pulled too tight. The air grows thicker with quiet, not silence, but presence. It is the kind of fullness that comes when all movement has paused and nothing is expected to happen. A soft hum returns, deeper this time, vibrating through the floorboards beneath your feet like something old remembering itself. You close your eyes just enough to feel it. A pulse not in sound, but in stillness. The dragon exhales slowly, just once, and you feel her breath pass across your skin without touching it. The map in your lap now shows a field of stars that are not constellations. They do not form shapes or patterns. They exist only as points of light scattered, like dust on an old window pane, each one faint but present. You trace the nearest with your fingertip, not to find anything, just to feel its presence. You notice a faint tremor in the air just above your left hand. A ripple that doesn't disturb the paper, only makes the light from the hanging sconces waver slightly, as if something soft had passed through them without breaking their glow. The dragon does not turn her head. She rests one claw on the edge of a low table where several folded maps lie stacked like sleeping leaves. One is sealed with wax that has cracked into a pattern resembling frost on glass. You don't reach for it. Instead, you let your fingers hover just above the surface, feeling the warmth rising from beneath. Not heat, but an old kind of memory held in stillness. The air tastes slightly sweet, like dried fruit left too long in sunlight. A narrow strip of cloth lies beside you, woven with threads so fine they seem spun from starlight and shadow. It is not meant to be worn or carried. You lift it slowly, not because you are instructed, but because something in the way it drapes across the edge of the table makes you want to know its weight. When you touch it, your fingers sink into a texture that feels neither soft nor rough, but like remembering how to hold someone's hand without meaning to. The fabric is warm where your skin meets it. You place it down again and watch as a single thread begins to rise from the surface. Not lifting up, not floating, just becoming visible for an instant, as though drawn by breath you did not take. The dragon shifts her posture slightly. Her great body settling deeper into the curve of the stone bench behind her. She does not speak, but when she exhales again, it is slower than before, and the light in the room dims just enough to make the edges of your vision soften. The map beneath you has changed without changing. A single line now runs through what was once blank space. A thin, meandering path that ends at the very corner. Not cut off, but simply stopped. There is no sign it ever meant to go anywhere. You trace its end with your fingertip and feel nothing. No resistance, no sharpness, just an absence so complete it feels like being held. A new sound comes from far beyond, where the shelves give way into shadow. a soft creaking, like wood settling after many years of stillness. It is not mechanical, not rhythmic, just one long note that fades slowly, as though something large had shifted its weight in another room. Only there is no other room. Only this one and its endless quiet. You do not turn your head. You don't need to. The sound does not demand attention. It simply arrives, like a breath you didn't know was missing. There is a small wooden box on the floor beside your feet, unmarked and unlabeled. It sits flush with the stone, almost hidden beneath a fold in the carpeted path that runs between the shelves. Its surface worn smooth by time or hands long gone. You don't pick it up, but as you watch, one corner of the lid begins to rise slightly, just enough for a sliver of pale light to seep through. A glow like early dawn filtered through fog. It doesn't brighten. It does not pulse. It simply exists. And then it goes still again. The map in your lap has grown warmer since you first touched it. The stars have dimmed slightly, their points now softer, more blurred at the edges, like someone had gently smudged them with a fingertip that was never quite there. You rest your palm flat against its surface and feel something shift, not beneath your hand, but through it. A sensation like water passing over skin in reverse, where warmth spreads inward instead of outward. Your shoulder unclenches without you meaning to, will it? The tightness behind your eyes eases as though a pressure valve had opened somewhere deep inside. You close your fingers into a loose fist around the edge of the map and feel its texture change again. This time, not in color or line, but in memory. It is no longer paper. It feels like linen soaked in light. And for just one breath, you think you remember being somewhere else. Standing at the edge of a field where the grass was too high to see over, and someone had placed your hand on something that wasn't stone nor wood, but alive with quiet movement beneath its surface. The dragon lifts her right forelimb, slowly, as if testing for resistance in the air, and then lets it fall back onto the bench beside her. There is no sound when she does so, but you feel a shift, a pressure drop, not in your ears, but behind your sternum, as though something had moved through space and left only its absence behind. A new map appears between your hands, not placed there by the dragon or anyone else. it simply arrives. A thick sheet of layered paper, folded once into thirds, with a crease so sharp it glows faintly gold along the fold. The surface is covered in patterns that aren't lines. Not really. More like fingerprints pressed into wet clay, but without depth. They are not meant to be followed or deciphered. There is no direction written anywhere. No north, no name, only a series of loops and spirals that seem to pulse when you look at them from the corner of your eye. You open it with care, no urgency, no need for answers, and find nothing on the inside but more of the same. Abstract swirls in soft gray ink, like memories trying to form shapes they can't remember. There is no beginning and no end, no roads or cities or oceans, just a quiet unfolding. You do not read it. You don't try to understand its meaning. Instead, you let your thumb trace one of the outer spirals, the same way you might stroke the back of someone's hand when they are sleeping. The air grows heavier now, not with dust, but with stillness so deep that even thought begins to slow down. Your thoughts no longer rush forward. They linger like raindrops on glass before falling. You realize you're not breathing in rhythm anymore. Your breath has become its own quiet story, one that doesn't need to be finished. A small pool of water appears near your right elbow, not from a spill or leak, but simply there, as if it had always been waiting beneath the floorboards. It is shallow and perfectly round, no larger than a tea saucer. The surface reflects nothing. No light, no shape, just darkness that feels full, like looking into an eye that has already seen everything. You watch as a single drop forms at the edge of your own fingertip, the same one you used to trace the map, and falls slowly into the pool. It does not make a sound when it lands, but for a moment, the entire surface trembles. Not in ripple, but in resonance, like something deep below had stirred and then remembered how to be still. The dragon reaches out with her left claw now, her movement deliberate, unhurried, and lifts one of the small stone weights from beside your tray. It is smooth, round, made of a dark gray rock that feels warm when she places it back on the table. She does not use it. She simply holds it for a moment in mid-air before setting it down again, as if checking its weight or confirming its presence. The map you're holding has changed once more, this time in color. The gray swirls have faded into something closer to blue, like twilight seen through water. And somewhere within the folds of that blue, there is a faint line, a single stroke, barely visible, that looks like it might be part of a path, or maybe just an accidental smudge from long ago. You don't care which it is. The Dragon leans forward slightly and places her claw gently on top of your hand, just above the map. Not to push, not to guide, but simply to rest there, as if confirming that you are still here, and that's enough. Her touch does not press. It does not warm, but it exists. The weight of a quiet acknowledgement. You let go of the map and allow your fingers to curl inward, like someone letting their hands fall into water without needing to reach for anything. The blue has faded now, replaced by soft white ink that spreads slowly across the page, as if the paper itself were breathing. It does not write anything. It simply becomes. You notice that the white ink has begun to spread beyond the map's border, not like a spill or a mistake, but as if the paper had quietly decided to let go of its own limits. The edges have softened into something indistinct, like cloth left too long in a stream. You watch it happen without flinching, your spine settling deeper into the curve of the stone bench behind you. There is no need to pull back or shield yourself from this slow dissolution. The ink does not stain. It does not bleed. It simply becomes part of the air near the table. A small sound comes from somewhere above. Just a soft click, like one loose tile settling in an old wall. You look up, but there is nothing wrong with the ceiling. Just the same low arches you've seen since arriving. Their edges blurred by shadows and time. The light does not move. It doesn't flicker or grow dimmer. It just exists, steady, warm, unchanging, like a memory of fire that no longer burns but still glows. You shift your weight slightly, feeling the stone beneath you respond in silence. Not cold, not hard, just present, like a body after long sleep has finally learned how to lie still. Your right foot curls inward against itself, toes pressing lightly into the floor as if testing for something that isn't there. You don't correct it. The motion feels like an old habit returning, not from somewhere far away, but from some moment inside your own skin when you first began to forget what pressure was. The dragon is not moved since she placed her claw on your hand. She sits with her forelegs folded beneath her chest, her wings tucked close against the curve of her back, their edges feathered like old paper left open in a quiet room. Her eyes remain open, but they do not search or focus. They rest, like water that has already settled. You see now that she is not looking at you. She is not looking at anything at all. A new map arrives, not carried, not placed. It simply appears on the table beside your hand, as if it had always been there and only just become visible. It is made of thin layers of something between leather and silk, stitched together with threads that look like dried moss or faded roots. The surface bears no design at first, just a faint texture beneath the fingers, like soil left untouched for decades. When you touch it, the material yields slightly, not soft, but alive in its stillness. You lift it slowly, turning it over in your hands as if measuring its weight by motion alone. There is no title written anywhere, no indication of where it begins or ends. Just a series of faint grooves, some so shallow they might be imagined, running across the surface like paths that never met another path. The grooves do not lead to anything. They don't follow patterns, nor do they avoid them. They just were. You press your palm flat against it, not hard, but with a quiet certainty, a gesture not of command, but of arrival. And then you feel it, the faintest vibration beneath your skin, like a thread pulling itself taut from far away. You don't listen for it. You let it rise through your bones and settle behind your ribs, where it becomes part of something larger than understanding. A small stone appears between your fingers, no bigger than a hazelnut, smooth as river-worn glass, the color of deep moss after rain. It was not on the table before. It wasn't passed to you or placed by the dragon. You simply find that it is there, resting in the hollow of your palm. Its surface warms slightly, but only enough to notice, not hot, not cold, just warm like a memory of sun. You look at it without thinking about what it means. There is no reason to name it or place it down. You just hold it. The dragon lifts one ear just once and turns her head toward the far wall where a shelf curves into shadow, not in surprise, just acknowledgement, as if she had expected something else to happen and now sees that nothing has. The map begins to change again, but not with ink or color. This time, it is the texture that shifts. The surface ripples inward slightly around your fingers, folding itself over like a petal closing at night. You feel no resistance, no effort required. It simply folds into itself in slow motion, as if remembering how to sleep. When it stops, there is a small indentation where your hand had been, soft and deep, but not painful, like the mark of something that has already lived. The stone remains in your palm. You do not drop it. You don't even consider letting go. You hear nothing for long enough that you begin to wonder if sound has left the room entirely. Not silence, not quite. Silence implies absence. This is presence without noise. It's like standing at a window during a storm where no thunder ever comes, but you still feel the air shift around you. Then, very gently, a new shape forms in the center of the map. Not drawn, not painted, just there. A single dot, small and dark, as if someone had pressed their fingertip to the surface long ago and never moved it again. It does not grow or fade. It simply exists. You do not wonder who placed it. You don't try to explain it. The dragon reaches down now, not with her claw this time, but with a soft gesture of her entire front paw, palm up, fingers curled inward like a hand that has long since stopped reaching. The stone floats from your palm into hers without resistance. She holds it for a moment in the air between you, neither giving nor taking, just allowing its weight to be felt by both of you at once. Then she places it on the edge of the table, near where the water pool still sits. It doesn't make a sound when it lands. The surface does not ripple. But for a moment, something in the air feels heavier, not with pressure, but with meaning that needs no name. You close your eyes, not because you are tired, but because you want to feel what happens next without needing to see it. And so, you do not open them when the map begins to breathe. It does not expand or contract. It does not move. But you know, deep in the quiet parts of yourself, that it is taking a breath, not with air, but with stillness, with patience, like someone who has waited centuries just to learn how to stop trying. The stone remains on the table. The water pool remains still. The dragon's head lowers slightly as if she too were beginning to sink into sleep. But not because she must, because it feels right. You feel your own breath slow further, like a river that no longer needs to find its way down. You do not guide it. You don't try to make it deeper or longer. It just settles, as if every inhale had been saving energy for this one moment when nothing is expected but presence. A new texture appears on the table beside you, not visible at first, but felt through touch. A thin layer of something like dried moss covers the stone surface near your elbow, soft and warm beneath your fingertips. It does not grow or spread. It simply exists where it was never meant to be, like a quiet arrival. You run your thumb across its edge. The material yields slightly, not with giving, but with acceptance. Somewhere above, another tile shifts, not loudly, just enough to remind you that the room is alive in ways you cannot see, that things are not broken, but moving differently than you understand. The map folds again, this time inward, toward your side of the table, curling like a leaf, closing at dusk. It does not disappear. It simply becomes part of the space beneath your hand as if it had been waiting for this exact moment to become quiet. You do not pull back. You do not try to unfold it. You let it be. The dragon shifts her weight just slightly, her tail curling inward against her side like a book closing after reading. No sound comes from her, not even the faintest rustle of scales. Just stillness that has learned how to stay. You feel the warmth beneath your palms now, not just from the table, but as if the wood itself has learned how to remember heat long after the fire is gone. The dried moss still lies where you touched it, no longer soft, but mellowed into something like memory. Its edges blurred as though time had gently softened them over many quiet hours. You do not look at it. You let your hand rest there, fingers open and uncurled, as if offering the space to be held by something older than intention. The map has settled against your forearm, folded inward toward your body like a letter that was never meant for delivery. It does not press or weigh. It simply occupies the same breath of air you are breathing now. There is no line drawn where it begins or ends, only a quiet seam between what was and what remains unspoken. You notice something new, a faint scent, not wood or ink, but the kind of smell that comes after rain has passed through stone for years without ever being noticed. Cool, deep, slightly sweet, like moss in a place never touched by sunlight. The dragon does not move again yet. Her eyes are closed, but not sleepily. So, not as if she is drifting away, but as if she has reached the point where movement no longer feels necessary. Her scales have taken on a quiet luminescence, not bright or glowing, but like old paper left in moonlight, translucent in places, warm at the edges, revealing faint traceries beneath, veins of something that might be light or memory, or simply how she has learned to hold still. You shift your weight just slightly, not enough to disturb anything, just enough so that you are no longer leaning against a wall of silence. The floor here is not stone at all in the way you first thought. No, it's layered, smooth ceramic tiles beneath, then a thin layer of something like compressed earth, and under that, layers of woven fibers that hum when touched with bare feet, though only If you stand just so, a new sound forms, not from any object, but from the air. It is not a tone, nor a note, but the softest kind of sigh, as if the library itself has exhaled after holding its breath for longer than it can remember. You do not turn your head to find where it came from. You let it rise and fall around you like water passing through reeds. A small object appears on the table beside your elbow, not placed there by hand, but simply present, as if it had been waiting all along in a space between noticing and forgetting. It is a single leaf curled at one end, its veins not inked or drawn, but formed from something that looks like dried honey. Amber colored and thick enough to hold shape, yet still trembling slightly when the air moves. It does not look real. And yet, you know it is. Not because you see it clearly, but because your fingers move toward it without needing permission. As though they already knew its name in a language too quiet for words. You touch it. The surface yields like a memory being recalled, not with sharpness, but with the gentle give of something that has been held long enough to become part of who you are. It is warm, not hot, and there's no texture beneath, just a kind of soft weightlessness, as if holding an idea that had never needed form until now. The dragon does not open her eyes, but she tilts her head slightly toward the leaf, just enough for one scale to catch the lamplight at a new angle. An amber ripple passing down her neck like liquid light through glass. You do not try to understand why it's there. You only let your hand rest over it, palm flat on the table, fingers splayed as though offering space for something else to arrive. And then another object appears, smaller than the leaf, round and smooth, like a stone that has been shaped by water over centuries. It is not cold, not warm, just settled, like it arrived with the room itself long before you were here at all. You reach for it slowly, without urgency. It fits in your palm exactly as if it had been made to be there. No space left over, no pressure, just perfect stillness between fingers and skin. You close your hand around it, not to hold it tightly, but to feel that the shape is already known to you, as though this were not your first time touching something like this. The air shifts again, not a breeze, not vibration, but as if a corner of the room has unlearned how to be solid. The wall nearest you seems thinner for a moment, less defined, like a curtain that was never meant to block anything. You feel no need to look at it. You don't even wonder what lies beyond. Instead, your attention returns to the leaf beneath your other hand. It has changed color slightly, not in any sudden way, but as if time had paused just long enough for one part of it to deepen from honey to amber, then back again, like a breath held too long and released slowly. You place the stone gently beside the leaf, not on top, not under, just next to it. So they are side by side in this small circle of attention you have created. Neither dominates, neither demands. They simply sit together as if they had always known each other. The dragon lets out a breath, not loud, but audible enough that you feel the air tremble across your skin like a ripple from a stone dropped into still water. It is not a sigh of fatigue, not a release, just acknowledgement. You do not respond. You don't need to. There is no language here for what happens next. Only presence. Another object appears. This one small and flat, folded in half, made of something that looks like old parchment but feels softer than silk. It does not have edges, or rather, the edges blur where it meets the table, as if it had been pressed into existence at just the right moment to fit exactly into a space you hadn't known needed filling. You do not open it immediately. You let your fingers hover above it for several breaths, long enough that the air grows heavier in its own way, like a pause between two heartbeats. When you finally lift it, it does not feel like paper. It feels like a moment held between two hands. Something so quiet it cannot be spoken aloud. The surface is blank, not empty, not waiting to be filled, but complete as it is, not lacking anything, because nothing was ever asked of it. You press your thumb to the center, not hard, not soft, but with the kind of weight you would use to settle a feather on water. And then something happens that is not sound or motion, but a shift in understanding. A quiet certainty blooms inside your chest, like light spreading through thick glass. Not sudden, not bright, but deep and certain. You do not know what it means. You don't need to. You simply let it be. The dragon stirs, just once. Her tail uncurls slowly from its resting place, then rests again without ceremony, as if returning to a posture that was never broken. The room breathes with her, not in rhythm, but in harmony. You set the folded paper back on the table, not neatly, not carelessly, just down, as if it had always been meant to rest there, where nothing is expected of it. Now, you feel your shoulders release, not dramatically, not all at once, but like water slipping from a cup that was never fully full. You lean forward slightly, resting your forearms on the table, palms open and flat, fingers relaxed. You do not reach for anything. You don't even watch the maps anymore. The light above dims, just enough to make it feel less like watching and more like being watched by something that does not need to see you to care. There is a new texture beneath your hands now, not on the table, but in the air, just above it. It feels like heat from old stone after sunset, not warm, but remembering warmth. You press your fingers down into the space where it exists, and for a moment, it holds your hand as if you were always meant to rest there. You are still where you began, just inside the threshold, one foot resting on cool stone, the other slightly lifted as if deciding whether to step forward or stay precisely here, suspended between two kinds of motion. The air has thickened without warning, not in weight, but in quality. a softness that settles into your bones like dust from an old book settling after centuries beneath its cover. You feel it rise through your ankles and travel upward as if the room itself is breathing you in. There's no sound save for the faintest hum of light, low and steady, not electrical or mechanical, but alive with a kind of quiet pulse that only exists when something has been tended to long enough to forget what effort was. It comes from above. A single glass lantern hung low on a curved iron arm. Its glow pooled around the table like spilled honey left too long in sunlight. The flame within does not flicker. There is no wick visible, only warmth that fills space without consuming it. A new object appears between you and the edge of the light, not placed, but simply present as though it had always been there, waiting for your attention to fall upon it like dew on a spider web. It's small enough to fit in one palm. Not wooden, not metal, not cloth, but something that feels like memory made solid, shaped vaguely like an egg, yet smoother than any shell could be. Its surface rippling faintly when you look at it straight on, and still as glass when viewed from the side. You do not pick it up right away. Instead, your fingers hover above it, not in hesitation, but in recognition, a kind of silent acknowledgement that this is neither a test nor an invitation to perform. It does not demand movement or interpretation. You lean closer until your breath touches its surface and feel no resistance. Just the warmth spreading slowly across your face like sunlight through thick glass. It has no markings, no seams, no opening you can find with sight or touch. Yet it vibrates, not audibly, but in a way that settles behind your eyes, not as sound, but as sensation, like hearing silence so deep that even stillness begins to hum. You press the flat of one hand gently against its center and feel something shift inside, less like response than resonance. The dragon stirs again, though you do not look at her. Her presence is no longer a shape or shadow in your periphery, but an extension of the air itself. Part of the way, light bends when it passes through water that has been still too long to notice movement. You feel her attention shift, not toward you nor away, but sideways into something else, like turning one's head slightly while listening for footsteps in a hallway where no footstep is expected. A new map unfolds before you. This time, not on the table, but floating just above it, suspended as if held by invisible threads that have existed since before names were invented. It is made of thin layers stacked so closely together they appear almost like one surface. Translucent sheets layered in what seems to be no particular order. Yet every fold and crease follows a logic you cannot describe. One layer shows only a single spiral drawn in pale blue ink, the kind that fades into the paper if left too long under daylight. Another holds faint outlines of hills so soft they appear blurred by time or rain. A third contains what looks like handwriting, but not letters, more like impressions, handprints pressed lightly against cloth, as though someone had traced their palm across a surface and then let it go without leaving anything behind. You reach out, not to touch the map, but toward its center, where there is no paper at all, only space. And when your fingers pass through that point, they do not encounter resistance or cold. They are met with warmth so gentle it feels like being held by someone who has forgotten how strong their arms were. There's a sensation in your chest now, a quiet gathering of stillness, as if something had been slowly uncoiling inside you since the moment you stepped across that threshold. It is not relief exactly, not triumph or release, but more like gravity finally accepting its own shape after pretending to be resistance for too long. You do not move toward anything. You simply sit, your back straight but not rigid, your hands open and resting on either side of where your knees meet the table's edge. The map above you remains untouched, drifting in that impossible way it does, neither rising nor falling, just being. There is no beginning or end to its form, no path marked for travel. The dragon shifts again, this time not with her body, but with the air around her. A breath passes through the room like a slow tide rolling over stones worn smooth by decades of water. You do not need to see it happen. The change in pressure is enough. The light dims further, now more diffuse than dimmed, as if someone had turned down only one side of the flame and let the rest glow on without needing attention. A new texture appears beneath your feet, not stone anymore, but something softer, like moss grown thick over centuries without being stepped upon. It does not feel alive exactly, nor dead, but existing in that space where things are no longer remembered, yet still matter. You press down lightly with one soul and find it yields just enough to register contact. Your hands begin to move on their own, not toward anything specific, but as if learning how to rest again after years of doing nothing right. The fingers curl slightly into the air, then uncurl slowly, as though practicing silence by mimicking a gesture that once meant something long forgotten. The floating map begins to change, slowly, without announcement. Colors bleed outward from certain points, not like paint, but more like breath leaving lungs. Soft reds fading into gray, blues deepening and stretching sideways, as if pulled by gravity in another direction entirely. The spiral in the blue layer grows larger, not expanding on paper, but seeming to grow inside your vision. You do not watch it intently. You allow yourself to blink once, twice, and when you reopen your eyes, there is no map at all where one had been. Only a space of stillness above the table now, like after rain has stopped and nothing remains except the quiet promise that water once fell here. Your hands remain open on the surface below them. You do not close them. There's no need to grasp or protect. No reason to gather anything into your palms. You begin to feel warmth rising from beneath you, not through wood nor stone, but up through breath itself, as though someone had lit a fire inside your ribs and let it burn without flame. The heat does not spread outward. Instead, it settles in one place, the center of the chest, and stays there with no urgency, no demand. The room is now silent in a way that isn't absence but presence, like silence after music has finished playing, when every note remains vibrating just beneath your skin for longer than memory allows. You do not try to name what it means. You don't ask whether time passed or stayed still. There's only the sensation of being known without needing explanation. A faint scent drifts through, the kind that might come from dried herbs left in a window frame during summer, but older and deeper, like the memory of air after rain had soaked into old books and never left. It doesn't linger long enough to be grasped. It simply arrives, rests for an instant where your collarbone meets your throat, then fades. You close your eyes, not because you're tired, not quite, but as if turning inward was finally allowed. There is no need to look anymore, no obligation to keep watching what might happen next. The world here has stopped being about discovery and started being about simply existing within it. Your shoulders drop further, this time without effort, like water spilling from a cup that had already been emptied once before, but not noticed until now. Your spine aligns not by will, but because gravity no longer needs to argue with you. You are exactly where you need to be, neither too far in nor too close. The air above the table hums again, not loud, not soft, but present like a tone that has been played so many times it is embedded into space itself. It doesn't require hearing. It requires only being. You are not being led anywhere now. There is no path to follow, no line drawn between one place and another that asks you to walk it. The air moves differently here, like breath held too long in a room where nothing has changed for decades. It settles into the hollows of your throat with weightless ease, as if memory had finally found its way home. There is a small stack beside you on the low table, a series of folded sheets made not from paper, but something softer, almost like pressed moss that still holds the shape of leaves long gone. Each sheet bears only one mark, a single dot, placed with deliberate care at the center of each page. Not a compass point, not a name, not even a color, just a spot, as if someone had paused mid-act to record where they'd been standing when something shifted inside them. The dragon does not speak. It is not necessary. You are already in motion without knowing it. Your fingers have begun tracing the edge of one such sheet before your mind has registered its presence. The surface yields under pressure, but not with giving. Rather, it gives back what was asked. Not more, not less. A small ridge forms where your fingertip rests, then fades again as if returning to sleep. You leave no trace behind, and yet you feel that the paper remembers the touch even after your hand lifts. A new object appears at the edge of your vision. A length of pale wood wrapped in soft cloth, its ends tapered into delicate curves like river stones, worn smooth by time. It is placed gently beside the stack. No ceremony, no instruction. You reach for it not because you must, but because it feels right to do so. The wrap slips away on its own when touched, revealing a slender rod that seems carved from something between bone and amber, with faint striations running along its length like frozen ripples in glass. There is no sharpness to the edges, nothing meant to cut or mark, but there is meaning in how it fits into your palm, as if shaped for you alone. You run a thumb over the surface, not seeking anything specific, not testing its weight or texture so much as letting the movement settle between breaths. The rod hums quietly at first, then stops entirely, and only then do you realize that the silence was always there, waiting to be noticed. It is not an absence. It is fullness in another form. From behind your shoulder comes a slow shift. A panel of wall opens slightly without sound or gesture, revealing a narrow shelf lined with small wooden cases carved from dark grain wood, each one shaped like a flattened teardrop. The dragon does not reach for them, only moves its head ever so slightly toward the center case, where a single label rests upon the lid. No lettering, only 3 faint lines arranged in an upward arc, as though written by hand that had forgotten how to write anything else. You rise without meaning to, not standing fully, but leaning forward just enough to see what lies inside. The contents are not visible at first. Then you notice a single thread of silver suspended between 2 points within the case, thin, almost invisible, unless you're looking directly into its path. It doesn't tremble or shift. It simply hangs there as if anchored by stillness itself. When you focus on it too long, your vision blurs slightly at the edges, and for a moment, it seems to stretch, not in length, but in depth, into something wider than sight allows. You close your eyes again, not because fatigue returns, but because the body has learned how to stop resisting. The rod rests across your lap now, unheld by any need to grip or protect. You don't know what it is for. You don't care. Its presence doesn't demand anything. It only exists. The shelf shifts slightly behind you. Not a sound, not even vibration, but the air above it stirs in a way that makes the hairs on your arms rise without cause. Not fear, not anticipation, a kind of awareness. Like when a door opens and you realize you've been waiting for something to happen, but don't know what. Another case slides forward from within the wall, not drawn by force, but as if it had simply decided to move now that time was no longer rushing past. Inside rests an object shaped like a folded fan, though made of translucent layers stacked in alternating colors. Pale blue, soft ochre, grayish violet, each layer thinner than paper, yet layered so tightly they seem almost fused. It is not open, nor closed. It simply lies there, suspended between states. You do not touch it, but you feel the vibration when you look at it, the same pulse that has been threading through your ribs since you first entered this place. Not a beat, not a rhythm, but something older than time, like the way sunlight presses into stone during twilight, or how silence settles after someone speaks and no one replies. A new scent arrives now, gentle but layered, unlike any you've known before. It smells of sun-dried clay left in an attic, with hints of crushed mint beneath. And underneath all of it, something like old ink that has soaked into wood over years of being stored where no light reaches. It doesn't linger. It simply appears, rests on the air between your nose and throat, then slips away as though it were never meant to be held. The rod in your lap shifts slightly, not because you moved it, but because something beneath the table has stirred. You feel heat rising again through your torso, not from outside, but from deep inside, like warmth that comes after a long sleep when the body remembers how to wake without pain or purpose. It pools just below your sternum and stays there, neither expanding nor fading, simply being. You turn your hand over slowly, the one holding nothing, and let it rest flat against your thigh. No need to do anything with it. No reason to curl or uncurl. The fingers remain as they are, open, still, resting not in surrender, but in arrival. You notice how the skin on your knuckles has softened from hours of quiet contact with surfaces that have no agenda, not even a memory. Beyond the table, another section of wall unfolds, not widely, just enough to show what's been hidden. A series of small openings spaced like breaths between notes in music you can't quite hear. Inside each one is a single leaf, dry and brittle, yet still intact, preserved not by dust or cold, but by stillness itself. They are not labeled, not arranged by species or date. There are no names written on them, only the quiet certainty that they were once alive enough to fall. You lean forward just slightly, not to see better, but because your body is learning how to tilt without resistance. Your spine moves in slow motion, as though gravity had been recalibrated over centuries and now only allows movement if it matches pace of patience. You don't think about alignment or posture. There's no such thing here. A new object appears between your hands, not dropped, not placed, but simply there, as if arriving from another room that exists only in sleep. It is a small circle made of woven reed, slightly larger than a coin, with tiny holes scattered across its surface like stars too faint to name. When you lift it, the light passes through every gap and casts patterns on your skin. Not sharp shadows, but blurred outlines that shift slowly as if dreaming. You do not wonder what it is for. You don't ask why it appeared now. There is no demand attached to any item here. No instruction, no command buried in texture or shape. The reed circle fits exactly between the pads of your fingers. It warms where your flesh touches it. Not hot, but warm enough that you feel it spread through your palm, as though tracing a path along nerves you didn't know were awake. The dragon turns its head slowly, just once, and looks at you not with eyes or intent, but with stillness so deep it feels like being seen without needing to be known. There is no judgment in the gaze, no expectation, only presence. You exhale, not deeply, not deliberately, but as if your lungs had been holding breath for too long and finally found permission to let go. The air leaves softly, almost silently, carried away by something older than wind. You let your fingers rest on the reed circle as if learning its shape through touch alone. Not because you must know it, but because the act of touching is enough. The warmth spreads up your wrist like a slow tide returning to land after years away. It doesn't ask for anything. No grip, no holding back, but simply remains where your skin meets it. A quiet confirmation that being still does not mean becoming nothing. There's no need to name what you feel. You don't even need to know if the warmth is yours or coming from somewhere older than memory. The dragon shifts slightly in its place, just enough for the air behind it to ripple, like water disturbed by a single leaf drifting downward through stillness. The cloth map beside you has settled into a new position, not because of wind or touch, but as if it had decided on its own that this was where it wanted to lie. It doesn't stretch or fold. It only lies, soft and unclaimed, with no edge asserting dominance over the table. You notice now that the fabric is not entirely cloth. It's something woven from threads so fine they seem like breath held too long, each strand catching a light that comes not from above, but from within the space itself. You lift your hand slowly, not to remove the reed circle, but because you realize it has been resting on your lap for longer than any object should be allowed to do. And yet, nothing is impatient here. Nothing rushes toward conclusion. The weight of time isn't measured in hours or minutes, only in how long something stays without being moved. There's a shelf behind the dragon now, not high, not deep, just an extension of the wall that curves gently inward like a breath held too long. On it sits a row of small wooden tubes, each about the length of your forearm and carved with tiny spirals that don't lead anywhere. They are not arranged by size or color. There's no system to them, no order beyond their quiet presence in line. One of them glows faintly, just enough to suggest warmth beneath its surface. But it doesn't pulse, doesn't flicker. It simply is. You reach for it without thinking. Not because you want to open it. Not because you need what's inside. You touch the wood not with curiosity, but because your hand has learned that reaching is allowed, even when there's no reason to reach at all. The tube feels warm, though not hot. It hums very slightly, like a single note sustained beneath silence. When you pull it free from its place, the air where it was left behind doesn't rush in. There's no vacuum, no sudden draft, just stillness reclaiming itself. You turn the tube over in your hands and feel the grain shift under your fingers. Not smooth, not rough, but alive with small variations that don't follow a pattern. It is carved from a tree you've never seen, one grown in soil that doesn't remember seasons. The spiral on its side seems to move when you look away, just enough for you to catch it out of the corner of your eye, and then still again. You do not open it. There's no need. Not here. Not now. You place it back gently, letting it settle into the shelf as if returning a dream that never asked to be remembered. A new sound arrives, not from any direction, not from within or beyond, but from between your ears, like a soft hum rising through bone. It is not music. It is not speech. It is something older than both. A resonance made of stillness and the slow turning of things unseen. You feel it in your teeth first, just beneath your molars, as if your jaw had forgotten how to rest until this moment. Then it moves into your skull, not as pressure, but as release. A quiet unclenching you didn't know was possible. You close your eyes, not because you're told to, or because sleep is near, but because the light here has no edge anymore. It doesn't shine. It simply exists. Like a memory of being warm in winter when someone else's coat covered both of you. The dragon breathes once, slowly, deeply, as if inhaling air that has been waiting for years to be drawn into lungs not made for haste. Its chest rises just enough to suggest motion, but no sound comes from it. No rumble, no sigh, only the softest shift in posture, like a mountain deciding to tilt ever so slightly towards stillness. You turn your palms upward again, not because you've been told how to do this, not for any ritual, but because they feel heavier with nothing resting on them than they did when they were full of tension. The skin is softer now, the joints less defined by effort. You don't notice the difference until it's already happened. A small tray appears between your hands. No one placed it there. It simply arrives, floating just above the table, like a leaf balanced on water. It is made from pale stone that seems carved not from rock, but from quiet itself. The kind of stillness that lives in rooms where no one has spoken for decades, and yet nothing feels empty. On it lies a single sheet of parchment so thin it might be paper, or perhaps just the memory of paper. There's no writing on it, no borders, no map lines, only a faint pattern drawn in ink too light to be called color. A series of looping curves that seem to echo one another across the page, like breaths passing from room to room without ever needing words. You lift the parchment not because you're curious, but because your hands are already lifting things without instruction. You don't know why they move, only that they do, and there's no judgment in it, no shame for acting without reason. The paper feels cool, not cold, just cool like stone after a long night of rain. As you hold it, the faint lines begin to shift slightly beneath your fingertips, not changing shape, but deepening their presence, as if waking from sleep. It is not alive, not dead, just aware in its own way, aware enough to respond to touch without needing to answer. You place it back on the tray and watch how the light catches the edge, not with glare or reflection, but with softness, like dew forming at dawn on a stone that hasn't been walked upon for centuries. There's another object now, a small wooden box, no larger than your hand, its lid slightly ajar. It contains nothing visible, no treasure, no scroll, no key. But when you lean closer, you feel the air inside it vibrate with quiet, like the space beneath a bell after the strike has passed. But before silence returns, you do not open it. You don't reach for anything else on the table. You sit still and let your body remember what it means to be held by nothing. No need to fill the silence, no demand to interpret. The room does not care if you understand, only that you remain here. The dragon tilts its head once more, not in greeting, not in direction, but as if confirming something already known, that no motion is wasted, no breath misplaced, no moment too small to be allowed. You shift your weight slightly, just enough so the fabric of your clothes brushes against the table surface. Not because you want to feel it, but because your body is learning how to move without purpose. There's no need for balance or alignment, no reason to adjust. You simply sit and let gravity do its work, not as an enemy, not as a force to resist, but as a companion who has waited long enough to be trusted. A new texture appears beneath you, something soft and yielding, like moss that grows in places where no sun ever comes. It rises slowly from the floor around your feet, forming a cushion that doesn't press or compress, only supports. It is not made of anything you recognize. No fiber, no root, no seed, but it feels familiar, as if you've lain on something exactly like this before. In a dream so old, it has become part of bone. You don't move to get up. You don't try to understand what it is. You only let yourself sink into it just enough that your legs feel lighter than they have in years. Not because the floor lifted them, but because you stopped trying to hold on. You are aware now of a sound that has been there all along. Something like the soft hush of water moving beneath stone. Not loud enough to name, just present enough to feel when you stop listening for anything else. It rises from somewhere between the floor and the shelves, where the walls curve inward in a slow, unbroken arc, like breath drawn into the body and held without effort. The air is still warm, but softer now, as if it has settled into its own rhythm after hours of quiet motion. Your spine curves slightly forward, not from fatigue, but because you've forgotten how to sit straight when no one is watching. The moss beneath your feet shifts again, not in a way that unsettles, but like the slow breathing of something ancient and unbothered by time. It doesn't grow or shrink, it simply exists, part of the floor's memory rather than its structure. You rest your palms flat on the table surface, not to steady yourself, but because you want to feel how stillness can be a kind of holding. The wood is cool where your hands touch it, though not cold, more like the way stone feels after a long day has passed and no one remembers when it was last warmed by sun. A new object rests near the edge of the table. A small spiral made from thin strips of dried reed, coiled so tightly that its center is barely visible. It doesn't spin or vibrate. It simply sits there, like something that once moved but chose to stop. You do not touch it. Instead, you let your fingers remain flat and open, palms down, as if offering a space for what might come next, even though nothing needs to come at all. There's no urgency in the gesture, no need to claim or control. The dragon moves slowly, no sudden shifts of weight, no flicker of scale against stone. It is not watching you. Not exactly. Its eyes are open, but they don't fix on any one place. They look at everything and nothing, like light passing through glass without leaving a trace. You feel the quiet around it, not as silence, but as fullness, like the space between two notes in music that aren't meant to be heard, only felt. There is another tray now, farther along the table, lower than the others, made of pale gray stone with grooves worn smooth by time and hands you've never seen. On it lies a folded sheet of paper, its edges frayed into soft fibers, as if it had been handled many times, but never once opened. It is not heavy, not light, just waiting. You reach for it because your hand lifts without instruction, like a muscle, remembering how to stretch after years of stillness. When you unfold it, the paper reveals no lines, no markings, only an uneven surface where something has been pressed into it long ago, leaving behind impressions that have softened with time. Faint grooves shaped like fingers, or perhaps wind passing over hills that no longer exist. You press your thumb gently against one of them, not to examine, not to interpret, but because you want to know how the past feels when it's already gone. The paper does not resist. It accepts the touch and holds it for a moment before releasing it back into stillness. The shape remains as if burned in, but no longer sharp, more like a memory of pressure than proof of contact. Nearby, there is a small glass vessel filled with something that looks like dust, but when you tilt your head slightly, you see the grains move not from air or vibration, but on their own, drifting in slow spirals that never quite meet. They are too fine to be sand, too dark to be ash. When they pass through each other, no sound follows, no collision, just a quiet merging and separating, as if they know exactly where they're going, even though there's nowhere to go. You do not reach for the glass. You let your attention drift like smoke from a dying candle, rising slowly, without direction. The dust inside continues its motion, tracing invisible paths across the vessel's interior, never repeating, never stopping, just moving. The dragon turns slightly toward you, not with suddenness, but with a quiet shift in weight that makes the air ripple at your shoulder. It does not speak. There is no need. But you feel something pass between you. Not thought, not word, not command. Just an offering of stillness so complete it feels like being held by gravity itself. There's another object now, an unmarked tablet of white stone, flat and smooth as riverbed glass. It sits on a shelf just below eye level, slightly tilted forward, as if it has leaned in to listen. You do not reach for it. Instead, you let your gaze linger on the edge where light meets shadow, watching how the line between them is blurred, not broken, but softened, like ink absorbed into paper before it can settle. Your breath slows further, not by choice, just because there's no reason to hurry. The air inside the library does not demand movement. It does not ask for purpose or destination. It simply allows you to be here, exactly as you are. Body low, mind uncluttered, hands resting in your lap. A new warmth spreads through your chest, not heat but presence, like sunlight passing over stone that has been cold too long. You feel it rise from the floor beneath you, rising up through the moss and into your bones, not as a force, not as an event, but as something that has always been there, waiting for you to notice. There is no story here, no journey to make, no path to follow. There are only shapes in paper, dust in glass, lines on stone, silence between breaths, each one complete without needing to mean anything. The maps do not lead anywhere. They don't point or warn or promise. They simply exist, like the quiet after a long conversation ends and no one remembers who said what. You are beginning to understand. This is not about discovery. It's about arrival. You have come here not to find something you've lost, but to remember that being found was never the point. A faint sound comes from behind you. A soft creak of wood, like a door opening in an empty house. But it doesn't echo. The air absorbs it, lets it pass without memory. You don't turn. You don't need to know where it came from or what caused it. It was not meant for your ears. It was meant for the room. The glass vessel still holds its dust. The spiral of reed remains unbroken. The white stone tablet tilts slightly more, as if bowing in acknowledgement of something only it can feel. You close your eyes, not because you've decided to sleep, but because your body has stopped asking questions. There's no moment where the decision is made. There's just a quiet folding inward, like paper being laid flat after years of crumpling. The light doesn't dim it, simply settles deeper into the walls, as if the library itself had stretched and leaned back, stretching its long arms around you in silence. The dragon does not move. It does not speak. But it is there, present not as a guardian or a keeper, but as part of the stillness, like breath caught between two heartbeats. You no longer feel your hands on the table. You don't know if they are still there at all. The world is softened to an edge where sensation doesn't need to be named, where warmth is not something you describe, but something you become. There's a pattern now in the air, not visible, not audible, but felt like pressure behind your eyes, like fingers brushing against skin that no longer remembers being touched. It moves slowly across your face, then down your neck, lingering just above your collarbone before dissolving into nothing again. You don't follow it. You don't wonder where it came from or why it chose to pass through you. It was not meant to be caught, only allowed. The moss beneath you grows softer still, not deeper, but more yielding in a way that does not require adjustment. It does not press upward. It simply supports with no effort on your part. You are not being carried. You are simply accepted. You are sinking into a kind of hush that isn't quiet so much as full of what has been waiting to be still. The air no longer holds your breath. It holds you instead, like water cradling something that has long forgotten how to float. There is no need to settle. You were already settled the moment you stepped across the threshold, though you did not know it then. The stone beneath you is not cold now. It is neither warm nor cool, but simply there, a quiet surface shaped by time and touch, worn smooth, not by force, but by patience. Your body has stopped resisting its own weight. It does not fight to be upright or alert. It lets go with the same ease as a leaf releasing from a branch in slow wind. The dragon's tail curls behind you like a long shadow that never moves, only rests. You do not turn toward it, nor do you wonder if it is watching. What matters is that it is here, still and unchanging. Part of the way, light pools at the floor's edge without needing to be seen. There are maps laid across low tables in no particular order, each one a different kind of unfinished. Some with roads that end not in cities, but in single words written sideways. Perhaps, almost, why? Others show coastlines fading into ink so faint it seems the paper has been breathing out its own story. One map is entirely blank, except for a small circle drawn near the center, as if someone had placed their fingertip there once and never lifted it. You reach, not with urgency or intent, but because your fingers have decided to move forward in space, not toward anything, but simply to feel how far they can go before meeting resistance. Your hand brushes against a thin sheet of vellum that has been folded into quarters, like an old letter meant for someone who never came back. The edges are slightly frayed, not from use, but from time passing over the same spot again and again. You do not open it. Instead, you let your palm rest flat upon it, feeling its fate give under pressure, like pressing gently against a sleeping animal's side. A thread of sound comes through the air, not loud, not sharp, but like the slow pull of water from one chamber to another in some underground stream, no longer named or marked. It is the sound of paper shifting on wood, just once, as though something had settled deeper into its own quiet. You do not look up. The weight of your eyes stays where it is, downward, soft, unforced. Nearby, a long shelf curves inward like an old riverbed, lined with small wooden tubes sealed at both ends with wax that has grown milky over years. One of them tilts slightly on the edge, not fallen, but leaning, as if deciding whether to remain or drift forward into stillness. The dragon does not correct it. There is no rule here about balance or order. What matters is not alignment, but presence. You notice now how some of the maps are made from layers. Thin sheets stacked just enough that light passes through them unevenly, creating faint glimmers in places where one line overlaps another. It's as if someone had drawn two paths on separate days and forgotten which was meant to be first. One path begins at a dot labeled nowhere, the other at not yet. They do not meet, but they are close. So close that the paper between them feels warmer than elsewhere. There is no need to understand why one road ends where it does, or what lies beyond its final line. The paper itself knows, in a way you never will. It doesn't care if you know. It only wants to be seen as it is, not complete, but whole. A new sensation rises, not from your body nor the air, but from the floor beneath your feet, rising through the moss and into the soles of your shoes, then up your legs like a slow tide that does not rise in waves. It is a quiet pulse, not rhythmical, not steady, but alive with something like memory, something that remembers being held without question. You feel it now, not as feeling, but as recognition. You are allowed to be this way, not for any reason, not because of anything you've done or will do. You are allowed simply because the space exists and has always known your shape. The dragon turns its head slightly, just enough that one eye catches a sliver of lamplight, turning it gold like honey poured into dark water. It does not look at you. There is no need to make contact. The gesture is for nothing but itself, a small movement in the stillness, as if breathing out after holding something too long. The map beside your knee has no name, no country, no capital, no border, only a single line that starts near one edge and wanders inward with no direction, stopping not at an end point, but simply fading into the texture of the paper, like ink dissolving in water until it becomes part of what holds it. You lift your hand, not to touch, not to move, but because you can. And when your fingers hover above its surface, they do not tremble or hesitate. They stay suspended, as if waiting for permission that was never needed. There is a small stone on the table beside you, a flat disc of gray slate, worn smooth by time and hands long gone. It does not belong to any map. It sits alone, quiet in its own right, like something placed there not because it was useful, but because it had nowhere else to be. You reach for it slowly, your hand moving through air that feels thicker than usual, as though the stillness has begun to thicken into a kind of liquid silence. You lift the stone. It is warm, not hot, but like sun on stone after dusk has settled in. Its surface bears no markings, only slight indentations from where other fingers have pressed before. You place it gently over the end of the line on the map, the one that fades into nothingness, covering the last trace of ink. It does not cover it entirely, just enough to hold its place, not to erase, not to fix, but to say, this is here now, and I am holding it. You do not know why you did this. You don't need to. The act was not for purpose or meaning. It was an offering, not of words, but of weight, of presence. The dragon does not move. Its breath slows further, as if the air inside its chest had already begun to settle into a longer sleep than it ever intended. You begin to notice how some lines on certain maps are written in different ink. Thicker here, thinner there. Not because they were drawn by separate hands, but because time has passed over them at uneven rates. One road appears darker where it curves around what might have been a river long forgotten. Another fades not from age, but from being touched too often. There is no need to trace the path of any single line. No map asks you to follow. You are only invited to be beside them, to notice how some edges blur into their own margins, like thoughts that never reached words. The light in the room has changed, not in brightness, not in color, but in texture. It no longer falls from above as though it were coming through glass or flame. Instead, it seems to rise up from within the walls themselves, glowing faintly where the stone is porous, like skin holding warmth beneath. A small map lies on a wooden stand near your feet. A roll of paper wrapped around a smooth rod of dark wood, tied with twine that has turned soft and gray over time. The label at its edge reads nothing. No title, no indication of place or origin. You do not unroll it, but you feel the weight of it in the air, as though its contents were already known to the room. You let your hand rest on the rod without touching the paper. It is warm where the twine rests against it, like a memory held by something that cannot speak. There is no need to know what is inside, no reason to wonder if there are cities or mountains or rivers beneath the cloth. The map has already done its work. It exists, and you are in the same space as it does. That is enough. You feel something shift beneath your fingers. Not a movement, but a quiet settling, like dust drifting down into still air after years of suspension. The wooden rod at your side has warmed further, not from fire or sunlight, but as if the map inside had begun to breathe in rhythm with your own slow breaths. It is not asking you to open it, not even whispering. You press your palm flat against its surface just once, and the heat spreads up through your wrist like a gentle signal passed between two quiet things that have known each other long before words existed. A new sound comes from farther down the hall. Not footsteps, not creaks of stone, but something softer, more layered. The slow release of a cloth fold as it uncurls on its own. You turn slightly, your body still half in place, and see that one of the taller shelves has tilted just enough to let a map slide free from beneath an old brass clasp. It falls not with weight, but with intention, like a sigh made visible, and lands face up on the floor between two pillars of stacked parchment rolls. The paper is pale, almost translucent where it meets the light, and its surface bears no drawn lines at all, only faint traces in the grain, a kind of shadowed texture beneath the fibers, as though someone had once run their hand over a field that never existed. The dragon does not stir. Its eyes remain closed, or perhaps open just beyond seeing, like curtains drawn shut, but still letting in the softest light from outside time. You do not need to know why this map fell, only that it did, and now lies on its back, waiting for nothing. No name is written along its border. No legend marks a beginning or end. It simply is a sheet of paper where no path was ever drawn, and yet the air above it hums with the memory of one. You shift forward slowly, not to touch it, but because your body feels pulled toward quiet things that do not require permission. The floor beneath you is cool now in places, though not cold, just steady, like stone remembering a season long past. When you kneel, you find the edge of the map already curling inward slightly, as if its own margins had grown tired of holding everything together. You reach out, not to pick it up, never that, but simply to place your hand near where the paper meets the floor. The moment your fingers pass over it, something stirs in the air, a ripple not seen but felt, like the afterglow of breath held too long. There is no image on this map, no outline of hills or rivers or villages. Yet you see them anyway, not as they are, but as they might have been if time had softened into stillness instead of motion. You imagine a field where flowers grow in patterns that never repeat, not because they're wild, but because the sky itself taught them how to be different each day. a stream that flows backward at twilight and forward again with dawn, not changing direction, just returning to its own shape after stepping aside for long enough. These things are not real, yet you know them as if they had been lived. You do not name any of it. You don't need to. The map does not demand a story. It only asks that you sit where it lies and let your thoughts become the kind that drift rather than race. There is no reason for urgency here. No clock has ever been wound in this place, and if one had been, it would have stopped long before the first word was spoken. Behind you, another shelf releases a small stack of folded papers. 3 sheets tied together with threads so thin it might be made from moonlight itself. They fall into your lap like petals dropped by a tree that remembers how to let go. The top sheet is blank except for one faint line drawn near the center. So light, it could have been left by air alone, not ink or pencil. You turn it slowly and find that on the backside there's a single dot placed precisely where no other mark has ever been. The dragon shifts slightly. The sound barely more than a breath caught in wool. Its wings fold inward just enough to change how light falls across its shoulders, casting a shadow over part of a nearby roll of parchment you haven't noticed before. That map is wrapped not with twine, but with something thinner, almost like woven hair, dark and fine, threaded through the paper's edge as if it had grown there naturally, root-like. You lean forward just enough to see that where the thread meets the surface, a small bloom of color appears, not red or green or gold, but a shade you cannot name, one that seems made of silence itself. You do not touch it, not yet. Instead, you let your fingers hover over the edge of the paper, feeling how even this distance carries warmth, like holding your hand near something warm without being burned. The map does not speak. It only holds stillness in a shape no one taught it to hold. Somewhere deeper in the archive, a book opens by itself, not with force or sound, but as if gravity had simply decided that now was the right time. A page turns once, then stops, then another. Each movement slow enough that you might miss it if not watching for it. The letters on the page are small and scattered, more like dust than text, and they do not form words. They form patterns, spirals, loops, clusters of dots arranged in shapes that feel familiar, even though they've never been seen before. You don't read them. You only notice how their arrangement changes slightly with each turn, not by chance or design, but because the air has changed its direction ever so gently. A current you cannot see passes through the room like a breath exhaled after centuries of waiting. The dragon's tail rests now beside a low table where 4 small stones lie arranged in a loose square, smooth ones from riverbeds long gone dry, each shaped by water that once moved with purpose, but now only remembers how to rest. They are not part of any map, not placed for balance or ritual. They were simply left here, one after another. Over years so distant, they've blurred into the silence between heartbeats. You pick one up, not because you want anything from it, but because your hand has come to rest there by chance and nothing more. It fits perfectly in your palm. You notice how its surface reflects the light differently than glass or metal. Not bright, not sharp, but soft, like looking into a pool that no longer ripples. You place it back down, just as you placed the gray slate earlier. Not to fix anything, not to complete anything, but because holding is enough. The map beneath your knees has begun to settle further into itself, its edges folding inward slightly more than before, as if accepting that some things are meant to be closed without explanation. A new scent rises, light and earthy, like moss after rain in a place where no one walks anymore. It does not come from anywhere specific. It is everywhere and nowhere at once, the kind of smell that doesn't belong to air or wood, but to stillness itself. You close your eyes, not because you are falling asleep, but because you can feel the room breathing around you, and closing your eyes only lets it in deeper. You don't need to see how many shelves stretch into shadow behind you, nor how far the arches curve above, like ribs holding up a slow sky. You know them not by sight, but by presence. The way their silence feels familiar, like the shape of an old coat that fits without being measured. There is no beginning or end here, no start to follow, no finish to reach. Only this: you are sitting in a place where maps do not lead anywhere, and yet everything remains exactly as it should be. The air shifts again, this time not with movement, but with depth. It feels heavier now, softer, like sinking into water that is warm enough to sleep in. You are breathing now in a rhythm that matches the slow settling of dust on still surfaces. The air has thickened into something almost liquid, not damp, not cold, but full of quiet weight, like the pause between two notes held too long to be heard. Beneath you, the floor is not stone as it first seemed, but layered, felt stitched from threads spun in forgotten seasons, woven so tightly that each thread hums a tone just below hearing. The map on your lap has stopped moving entirely. Not because it's been sealed or folded, but because it no longer feels the need to say anything at all. A shelf not far off shifts slightly, not with sound nor movement of its own, but as if something inside it had finally decided to let go. A single label floats from between two books that were never quite closed. A scrap of paper with only 3 faint marks, like the ghost of a line drawn in sand and then smoothed over by time. It drifts down past your shoulder without touching you, curling as if caught in an invisible draft, and lands on the edge of a low table where a series of small clay cups sit half filled with what looks like dried ink. But when you glance again, it is clear they are not empty at all, but full of something that only feels solid when observed without urgency. One cup has a single hair in it, white, fine as root lace, and it lies perfectly still, though the air around it trembles faintly with no source. The dragon does not speak. It never speaks unless you ask, but its presence is heavier now, not because it grows larger, but because it stops resisting the quiet. Its scales have lost their sheen over centuries of being untouched by light or wind. They are matte and soft to look at, like cloth that has been folded for years in a drawer where nothing ever changes. One claw rests near the edge of your map, not touching it, just close enough that you know it is there. And when you shift your weight slightly, it moves back as if giving space. You reach out slowly, not toward anything specific, but to test whether warmth still travels through air when no one expects it. Your fingers drift over a surface that feels like cool silk stretched too thin across wood. But the moment they press down, the material yields just enough to leave an impression, not of pressure, but of memory. A shape forms beneath your touch, a hollow that wasn't there before, shaped exactly like your hand. And then it begins to fade, as if it had always belonged to something else. A book opens again, this time farther back in the archive, and this time you hear a sound, not loud, not sharp, a low creak of spine, soft as a sigh, followed by silence so complete that even stillness seems to pause for breath. The page turns on its own, but only once, and then remains flat. No words appear, only lines, thin, uneven, drawn in colors that do not exist in sunlight. They spiral outward like veins beneath skin, or roots curling through soil without direction. There is no beginning, no end. Just the idea of motion without purpose. You notice how some maps are made from paper so old it has become translucent, not because it's thin, but because its fibers have broken down into something that allows light to pass through like water through moss. One such map lies face up on a side table, showing only 3 faint lines intersecting at an angle too sharp to be accidental. Yet no third line connects them. No name is written. The paper ends abruptly in the middle of where a city might have been. And beyond that point, there's nothing but white space. Not empty, not blank, just finished. A small wooden box sits on another shelf, lid slightly ajar. Inside, arranged in neat rows, are not tools or keys or relics, but buttons. Hundreds of them, each one different. Some made from bone, others carved from seed shells. One shaped like a bird's foot, another with a single tiny mirror embedded where the eye would be. They do not open anything. They were never meant to. Someone long ago placed them there and left them untouched for so long that even dust has forgotten their names. You lean forward slightly, not because you wish to see better, but because your body remembers how to move toward stillness. The dragon's tail curls further inward now, not in protection or readiness, but like a hand closing around something it no longer needs to hold. There is no tension in the gesture, no weight carried. A new scent rises, lighter than before, almost too faint to detect, like the last breath of a flower that bloomed once and never again. It travels across your skin, not as perfume, but as pressure, a gentle touch on every nerve ending you've forgotten existed. You don't inhale it consciously. It enters without invitation. Your fingers find another map, this one rolled, not folded, made from something like dried leaves, pressed between layers of clear resin that has clouded with age. When you unroll it slowly, the surface reveals no image at all, only a pattern of small dents in the material, arranged so precisely they form what might be a landscape if you believed long enough to see it as such. One depression resembles a valley. Another holds 3 tiny ridges that look like mountains when seen from afar. And yet, there is no scale, no horizon. You place your palm flat on the map, not to press down, not to smooth anything, but because you can feel something beneath your skin, warmth returning, slow and steady, as if your body had been waiting for this moment all along. Not a revelation, not an answer, just confirmation that you are here exactly where you were meant to be. The dragon's breath is silent, now so quiet it does not disturb the air at all. But there is movement in how light bends around its form, as if gravity itself has softened near it. Shadows stretch longer than they should, but do not feel dark. They feel like pauses between thoughts, like moments you never had time to think before. A shelf nearby holds a stack of blank sheets, stacked so neatly their edges are indistinguishable from one another. You don't need to count them. You know there are 23. Not because the dragon told you, but because your hand rests near them and knows it without being told. One sheet is slightly thicker than the rest, not heavier, just denser in texture, like paper that has absorbed too much silence. You lift it gently. It does not resist. The surface feels warm to the touch, like skin that remembers a place where warmth was once common. You press your thumb into its center. A mark appears, but not ink, not indent, just a soft impression, as if something had already been there before you arrived. Then another finger joins it, and then one more. No pattern forms, no message, just the memory of touch, of 3 fingers resting where they do not need to be, but choose to stay. The air shifts again, not with motion, nor with sound, but with depth, as though time had decided to slow down for just a few breaths longer than usual. The map on your lap begins to fold inward along its own edges, slowly, like paper, learning how to sleep. It does not close completely. It only settles deeper into the shape it was always meant to carry. A small stone, gray and smooth, from somewhere far below the surface of old Earth, is placed beside your knee by no hand you see. Not dropped, not guided, simply there. You do not pick it up. You don't need to know what it is. It sits where it belongs, like a word that has stopped needing translation. The dragon shifts just once, and in doing so, the light from the single lamp near the doorway bends slightly, as though pulled by something unseen. The warmth spreads through your shoulders now, not forced, not urgent, but spreading slowly, like water flowing over rock that no longer resists being wet. You are aware of how long it has been since you were asked to do anything. No task, no direction, no path to follow. Even the idea of a journey feels distant, like remembering someone's voice from before sleep. There is no need for intention, only presence. You are breathing without effort now. The rhythm of your breath falling into something older than memory, something that does not ask to be noticed, only to continue. The warmth from the map has seeped past your palms and settled in the hollows behind your ribs, where thoughts used to gather like dust in forgotten corners. You do not need to name it. It is just there, a quiet settling, like water finding its level after a long stillness. A section of wall near the ceiling begins to shift, not with noise, nor with motion that breaks light, but with a softening of grain, as though stone itself had grown tired of being rigid and decided to breathe inward. The surface curls outward just slightly at one corner, not enough to reveal anything beyond, only to let fall a single thread of pale linen, unspooled from somewhere within the structure's skin. It floats down like a ribbon, left behind by wind that forgot it was passing through. You reach for it without meaning to. Your fingers curl around its length as if they have known this moment before. And when you do, the thread does not pull taut or snap. It unspools further into your hand, gently, almost lazily, until a small square of cloth appears where none was before. Not folded, not rolled, just there, a perfect rectangle, its fabric thin and translucent, like skin left too long in water. The surface holds no pattern, no image, no thread work, but when you tilt it slightly toward the lamplight, something begins to form. Not letters, not shapes, but a kind of weightless movement, as if time had paused mid-step somewhere far beneath the floor. You do not turn it over or press it. You simply hold it where it lies in your palm, and it grows warmer, not from heat, but from presence. The air around you thickens without becoming heavy. It feels like standing at the center of a room that has known everyone who ever came through it, yet remembers nothing about them. The dragon shifts again, but not visibly, not with movement of limbs or wings. Instead, the stillness deepens in the way that silence does when something listens from behind its own quiet. The lamp flickers once, not as if dying, but as though acknowledging a breath taken too slowly to be noticed by any living thing. A new shelf emerges softly, without sound, as part of the wall itself folds inward like paper meeting another layer in an old book. It is low and narrow, carved from dark wood that has lost its grain over time, smoothed by generations of hands not meant for work. On it rests a cluster of small vessels, bowls made of stone, each no larger than your cupped palm, filled with what looks like liquid air, still shimmering, containing nothing, yet somehow full. You do not reach for them, not because you are told not to, but because the space between your fingers and their surface feels too delicate for contact. You let your hand hover just above one of them, and then another. But even that slight motion causes a ripple in the air, as if thought itself had stirred something ancient. The dragon does not speak. It is not necessary. The room responds instead. A low hum rises from beneath the floorboards, not loud enough to be heard, only felt like a note played on an instrument no one ever saw. It vibrates through your feet and up into the marrow of your bones, but never demands attention. You do not close your eyes, not because you can't, but because there is no need. Something behind the shelf begins to glow, not with flame, nor with reflection, but as if a memory had been stored in light and was now waking up inside glass. A small lens, no larger than a fingernail, floats upright on its own, suspended in midair between two cracks in the stone wall. It has no frame, no mount, just itself. And when you look into it, you do not see what is near, but what might have been. A moment that never happened, yet feels known. You do not know how long you watch it. The lens does not blink. It only holds its shape and color as if waiting for something that has already passed. A child's laughter echoes in the corner of your mind, not yours, not from any real past, but one that might have existed had things been different. You don't remember hearing it before, but you know what it sounds like now. The map on your lap curls again. This time, not inward, but outward, as if opening to something already inside. It does not reveal terrain or cities. It only shows a series of faint impressions. The ghost of a handprint at one edge, a cluster of 3 tiny dots near the center that resemble no known constellation, and along one side what could be steps, short, uneven, leading nowhere. You run your thumb across them, not to trace, not to understand, but simply because you can. The paper does not resist. It accepts each touch as if it were long overdue. A soft sound comes from the far end of the library, a kind of rustle, like leaves falling in a room where no wind blows. You turn your head slowly, though there is nothing to see beyond shadow and light. Still, you know something has moved, not through space, but through silence. As if a thought had walked across the floor, another thread falls, this time not from above, but from beneath your knees. It emerges gently between two folds of fabric in your coat, as though it had been waiting there all along, hidden just beyond notice. You do not pull it out. Instead, you let it dangle, its tip brushing against the floor where no dust has ever gathered. The dragon's tail rests near the shelf now, not curled, not coiled, but placed like a bridge between two places that never needed joining. It is long and smooth, covered in scales so fine they catch light differently than skin or stone. They shift color slightly as you look at them, gray to silver, then to something resembling pale moss, before returning again to stillness. You do not touch it. You don't need to know what lies beneath the surface. The warmth spreads deeper now, not through your arms, not into your chest, but down into the base of your spine, where tension used to gather like water in a cracked basin. It does not drain away. It simply becomes part of the quiet. A new sheet appears on the shelf beside you. No one placed it there. No hand guided it. It is blank, yes, but thicker than any other paper you've seen here. Its surface has texture, faint ridges that follow a pattern only your fingers can feel when you press gently. Not raised lines, not carved grooves, just presence. You place your palm flat on it and do not move. You let your hand sink into the fabric of stillness as if it were meant to be there all along. The paper does not resist. It accepts the weight, holds it without complaint, and then, without warning, the light from the lamp pulses once, softly, like a heart that has remembered how to beat in rhythm with something older than sound. The room is no longer full of objects. It feels more like a pause between breaths, like the moment just after you said your name aloud and before anyone answers. Not silence exactly, but not noise either. Just space where meaning can rest without needing to be spoken. You are aware now, not of time, nor of place, but of being held in something that does not need a reason for existing. No map has led anywhere yet. No path has been walked, yet the air is full with what might have happened or could still happen without any effort at all. The dragon shifts again, but this time it is only a breath. A single inhalation of quiet so deep it feels like the world had taken one long pause to remember how to stay. And you do not move. You do not speak. You simply let yourself be known, not as someone who needs something, but as someone who has already arrived. You are no longer aware of where your fingers end and the paper begins. The surface beneath them has softened into something that does not resist or reflect, but listens, like a membrane tuned to breath rather than light. A new shape appears at the corner of your vision. Not a map, not yet, but a small oval tablet made from layered wood. Its grain arranged in spirals so tight they seem to turn inward toward nothing. It sits on a shelf slightly higher than you'd noticed before, as though it had risen gently during your stillness. No label adorns it, no title floats above. The surface is smooth, but not polished, more like the skin of something that has lived long in quiet corners and learned how to carry weight without complaint. You do not reach for it. You do not think about whether you should. Instead, your hand remains where it is, resting on the thick, blank sheet, feeling the faint pressure of a pulse beneath your palm, not yours, nor from any source outside. It comes from within the paper itself, slow and irregular, like a heartbeat that has forgotten its rhythm but still knows how to beat. The light above you dims slightly. No sudden change, just a softening, as if the flame had exhaled and let go of its brightness for a moment. The shadows deepen not in darkness, but in depth. They do not stretch or grow. They settle, like water finding the shape it was always meant to hold. A sound comes from far away, not from any direction you can name, just a soft creaking of joints, like old wood shifting under its own weight. Not mechanical, not threatening, more like something remembering how to move after years of stillness. You do not look up. There is no need to know what made it. You feel the shift in your body now, not as tension releasing, but as a slow folding inward, as though you are becoming part of the architecture itself. Your spine curves slightly into the curve of the stone floor beneath you. The curve does not hurt. It fits, like an old chair that has waited for its rightful occupant. A new scent enters the air, not from fire or ink, but something older. Damp moss after rain in a place with no sky. Not earthy, not sweet, just present. It moves through your awareness like a breath you didn't know was missing. The dragon is still there. You are aware of its form as a quiet presence behind and below the shelf where the blank tablet rests. Its back is low to the floor, nearly level with the surface of the shelves themselves. Scales lie flat in long waves across its length, each one catching the light not by reflecting it, but by holding it, like water held between two stones. They do not shimmer. They do not glow. They simply are. And as you watch them through half-closed eyes, they change color again. Not from gray to silver or moss, but into something like twilight at sea, a pale blue that deepens slowly, then fades without leaving behind any trace of its passage. You are no longer trying to understand why this is happening. You are not waiting for it to stop. You simply allow the moment to exist as if it were always meant to be here in this way, with you in it, not as a guest, but as part of the architecture of stillness. Your fingers move now, slowly, without purpose. They drift across the blank sheet, not tracing, not searching, just touching. Each touch leaves no mark, not even a dent. But something changes. The air thickens slightly, like mist forming in silence. Then it settles again, as if nothing had happened. A thread rises from somewhere beneath you, not from your coat this time, nor from any fold of fabric, but from between two stones in the floor. It is thin and silver, no longer dangling. It floats now, suspended just above the surface, rising like a breath caught mid-exhale. It does not move toward anything. It simply exists, curved slightly at the tip, as though it had been shaped by wind before there was any wind to shape it. You do not reach for it. You do not wonder where it came from or what it might mean. Instead, you let your hand fall open on the paper again, palm flat and fingers spread. The moment your skin touches the surface, a new sensation spreads through your arm. Not warmth, not cold, but something like recognition. As if your body has known this texture all along and had simply forgotten. The tablet on the shelf trembles once, just once, and then remains still. Not from shock, from release. You feel the paper beneath you respond not to pressure, but to presence. It is no longer passive. It is listening. You are no longer touching it. You are being touched by it in a way that does not require motion or thought. The sensation travels up your arm like light moving through glass, slow, even without resistance. There is no sound. There is no movement beyond what already exists. But the library has changed, not in shape, nor in layout, but in quality. It feels less like a place where things are kept and more like a space that remembers how to be still. A new sheet appears on your lap, unseen until now, smooth and white, yet not paper at all. It is something older, perhaps leaf from a book long ago dissolved into air, or memory given form in the absence of words. Its surface shifts subtly when you look directly at it, not changing color, but altering its texture as if responding to your gaze. Not by moving, but by becoming. You do not speak. You do not breathe differently. But inside, something settles deeper than bone. It is not relief. It is not peace. It is the quiet that comes after a long silence has become so complete it no longer needs to be broken. The silver thread drifts now, not toward you, but toward the shelf. It arcs slowly through the air, as though guided by gravity that only applies in reverse, pulling upward instead of down. It does not touch anything. It simply passes over the edge of the tablet and disappears into a gap between two shelves where no light reaches. You do not wonder what lies behind it. You do not imagine doors or corridors. The space is full enough as it is. There is no need to look. The dragon exhales once, and you feel it in your chest before you hear anything at all. Not sound, not air movement, but a shift, like the moment just after a door has closed and you realize it was never meant to be opened. Your fingers curl slightly, not into a fist, but into something softer. The way hands close when they are no longer searching for anything. The thick blank sheet beneath your hand grows warmer, gentle, not hot. It does not burn or throb. It simply becomes part of you, as though it had been waiting to be felt by someone who was already here. another sheet appears, not on the shelf, not in your lap, but floating just above the floor, between you and the dragon. It is smaller than the last, edged with a soft fringe that seems woven from shadow. Its surface shows no marks, no ink, not even texture, just presence, like a space where something might have been written but never needed to be. You do not reach for it. You do not think about what it could mean. You simply let your body lean forward slightly, as if drawn by weight without direction. The dragon shifts again. Not its head, not its tail, but the way its form seems to lower into the stone floor ever so gently, like something settling into sleep, not because it is tired, but because it has realized that stillness can be a kind of rest. You do not move. You do not blink. Your breath comes in long waves, each one deeper than the last, not because you are trying to breathe slowly, but because your body no longer needs to remember how. The air grows heavier, not with dust or heat, but with silence so complete it begins to feel like substance, like a fabric woven from time between heartbeats. You feel the warmth beneath your palms spread outward without heat, like a breath held long enough to become memory. The floor does not cool where you sit. Instead, the stone takes on a softness that seems less like material than intention made visible. It remembers how to hold weight without resistance, how to yield just slightly when pressure arrives, and then slowly return to its shape, as if it had never been touched at all. Your spine settles into this quiet depth, not because you are tired, but because the space around you has stopped asking for answers. A new sound emerges not from the air, but from between your ribs. A soft pulse, like something humming just beneath skin, matching the rhythm of the library's deep stillness. It is not loud enough to be called music, nor quiet enough to vanish entirely. You do not listen for it. You simply allow its presence as one would accept a shadow passing across a wall. The floating sheet above the floor drifts now, just slightly toward your feet, not toward your hands, not toward your eyes. It moves with no direction except what is implied by gravity's absence. The fringe that lines its edge seems to blur at the corners, as though it were made of breath caught in stillness rather than thread or ink. You do not wonder why it came here. You do not consider whether it has a name. There was never one meant for this form. The dragon does not shift again. There is no need. Its body remains where it lies, curled gently over the shelf's edge like a stone that had always been resting in that exact curve of shadow and light. Its scales are dull now, not dark, but deep, as if they hold color without needing to show it. They ripple faintly when you glance at them, not with movement, but with change. One scale becomes slightly darker, while another lightens, like a slow tide beneath the surface of something older than water. The air near your knees grows thick, not heavy in the way that presses down, but full, as if filled with shapes too quiet to name. A thread of silver appears again, but not from the shelf, nor from any known path. It emerges between two books stacked beside a low table, drifting upward like mist drawn toward an unseen ceiling. It does not connect to anything. It does not seek out your hand or your gaze. It simply exists in that space where light begins to bend without reason. You do not follow it. You do not wonder what it means. Instead, you notice the way your fingers have begun to loosen, just slightly, on their own. Not because of will, but because there is nothing left for them to grip. The weight of the day was never in your hands. It was always elsewhere. It has simply been waiting for this moment to dissolve into quiet. Another sheet floats now, not above the floor, not near the shelves, but suspended between you and the dragon's flank, held by something invisible that does not pull or push, but only exists. This one is larger than the last, though no more defined. Its surface remains untouched. No lines, no symbols, no color, even faintly suggested. It is neither blank nor white. It simply is, like a moment between two breaths. You lean forward, not to touch it, not to claim anything, but because your body knows what the library already understands. That stillness must be met with attention, not urgency, but presence. The dragon exhales once more, this time through its chest rather than from its mouth, and you feel the motion in a place deep behind your sternum. It is not sound, it is not air, but it is real, as if something inside you has finally found where it belongs. A new scent appears, not wood or paper, not stone or dust, but something older, like moss growing on forgotten stone, or roots breathing beneath soil that no longer needs sun. You do not inhale to catch it. It arrives already in your lungs, already known. The library does not change its shape. The shelves remain where they have always been, but the light, what little there is different now. Not dimmer, nor brighter. It simply has more depth, as if every beam of lamplight had grown longer, slower, and softer as it traveled through air that no longer needed to carry sound. You notice a small hole in one of the book spines nearby, not damaged, not torn, but carved with such precision that you cannot tell whether it was made by hand or time. It is shaped like a comma, slightly curved at the end, and filled with something darker than shadow. Not black, but absence given form. You do not look too closely. You do not ask what lies within. You only feel the warmth where your knee rests against the floor, gentle, almost tender, and you realize that it is no longer cold. A map unrolls itself slowly across a low table beside the dragon's tail, not from any hand, not by force, but as if it had been waiting for this exact moment to be seen. It is not cloth nor paper. It appears more like folded air, layered with soft ridges that shift when you look away and return. The surface shows no roads, no cities, no names, only faint lines, like breaths drawn on glass, that trail off into the edge of the table as if they were never meant to go anywhere. You do not follow them. Instead, your fingers drift toward a small wooden box beside it. A box carved from wood that does not look like any tree you know. The grain moves in spirals rather than straight lines. There is no lid, only an opening wide enough to slip 2 fingertips through. Inside lies something soft and folded, not cloth, not paper, but a material that feels like silence made dense. You do not open it. You simply place your hand beside it, still, quiet, and the box seems to know. It does not move, but you feel its weight shift slightly in response, as if recognizing what has come. The dragon closes one eye, not fully, but enough for a moment of stillness between 2 breaths. The other remains open, watching nothing and everything at once. Its gaze rests on the floating sheet near your feet, then drifts upward to where the silver thread hangs suspended in air. It does not blink again until long after. The floor beneath you grows warmer, not with heat, but with a kind of patience, as if it had been waiting for this moment too, for someone who would sit without expectation, who would notice nothing, yet feel everything. There is no need to understand why the light bends, no reason to name the shape that appears in the air between 2 shelves. Something like a hand held outward with fingers slightly open. You do not reach. You only rest your palm flat against the floor and let yourself be held. The library does not speak. The maps remain unnamed. The dragon breathes once, twice, then settles further into its place, not asleep, not awake, but somewhere between, where things can simply be without needing to mean anything. A thread of color appears, not red, nor gold, nor blue, but something in between. A shade that has no name and never will. It drifts slowly from the edge of one shelf toward your knee, passing through space with no force, no direction, just presence. It does not touch you. It does not linger. But for a moment, you feel as though your skin had been painted in something gentle, like being remembered by someone who never knew you. The air grows heavier still, not because of pressure, but because it has become full with the kind of quiet that does not need to be spoken, the kind that is already complete, even before it begins. You do not close your eyes. Not yet. Because there is no need to sleep, to escape this moment. There is only space and time folded into stillness, and a library where maps are not guides, but memories of motion stopped long ago. The dragon's tail shifts just slightly, not toward you nor away, but in the way that something might move when it realizes it has already been seen. You do not turn your head. You only let your breath fall deeper, as if sinking into a pool where no sound reaches the surface. You are still within the fold of warmth, where the air has settled into a shape that does not require motion to exist. The floor beneath you no longer feels like stone. It is more like a memory of being held, something that knows how to cradle without effort. Your spine finds its place in the quiet slope between breaths. There are no demands here, only a soft continuation of what has already begun. An unhurried presence that does not ask for anything but your staying. The cloth map beside you is now slightly elevated, just enough so that it floats above the table surface like a sheet caught on a breeze that no longer exists. Its edges ripple inward as though drawn by some unseen current, and in one corner, where light meets fabric, a single thread of silver unravels, not from the map itself, but from the air just beyond its edge. It does not pull you toward it, nor does it carry weight or direction. It simply hangs there, thin and still, as if waiting for the moment when nothing else needs to happen. A small object appears near your left hand, an oval of pale wood, no larger than a coin, with a groove carved along its center like a path that never reached an end. You do not pick it up. Instead, you let your fingers hover just above it, and in doing so, the surface beneath begins to shift, not in movement, but in texture. It becomes softer, as though the stone has learned how to breathe through time rather than resist it. The groove holds a faint warmth that travels upward when you pause too long. Across from you, on a low shelf lined with rolled scrolls of unknown material, sits something that looks like a folded shadow, No color, no detail, just a shape that seems to exist at the edge of what can be seen. It does not emit light nor block it. It simply is. You do not need to know why. There is no reason to name it or guess its origin. The dragon's claws rest lightly on their own lap. 3 talons curled inward in a way that suggests balance rather than grip. Their gaze remains fixed on the far wall where the shelves curve into a soft arch, like an opening between 2 worlds that have never needed to be crossed. A new map unfurls slowly from beneath a stack of blank scrolls. One made not of cloth nor paper, but of something like frost caught in still air. It is translucent and cold to the touch when you brush your knuckles across it, though no chill rises into your skin. Lines appear on its surface as if drawn by hesitation. Delicate arcs that begin without a source wander for a few inches, then dissolve into nothingness at the edge of the sheet. No cities lie along them. No rivers flow from their start points. There are no signs or names to suggest where they might go. They simply end, quietly, as though having decided not to continue. You tilt your head slightly and notice that one line has begun to glow. Not brightly, but with a quiet pulse like the last breath of a lantern left too long in winter air. It flickers once, twice, then fades into stillness again. The rest of the map remains untouched by light. You do not lean forward. There is no need to see more. On your right, near where your knee meets the floor, something small begins to shift. Just enough for you to feel it as a vibration rather than sight. It is a disc-shaped object made from layers of petrified bark. Its surface covered in tiny rings that are not growth marks, but echoes. You do not touch it, but when you stop moving your foot entirely, the ring pattern begins to change, slowly, like ripples in water after an absence has been felt. The dragon exhales, not a sound, not even air, but something that passes through space with no resistance, as if thought had finally settled into silence and let go. In response, one of the silver threads dangling from above sways slightly, brushing against the edge of a shelf where a cluster of soft stones rests in a spiral pattern. The stones do not roll. They remain exactly where they are, but their surfaces now reflect faint images, not faces or places, but moments of stillness. Someone sitting with hands folded, another tracing the rim of a cup without drinking, someone standing at an open window and simply watching rain fall on glass. You feel no urge to interpret them. You only let your awareness drift toward the space between two shelves where light does not seem to reach, yet is present anyway. There, floating just above the floor, is something that resembles a folded hand, palms together, fingers gently closed, as if someone had paused mid-motion and forgotten how to unfold. You do not wonder why it's there. You only allow your breath to slow further until each inhale takes longer than the last. The library does not rush you. It has no schedule, no timetable for arrival or departure. It is not a place meant to be understood. It is a place meant to be lived in without purpose. Another object emerges from behind a stack of scrolls. Not because it was moved, but because it had been waiting to be noticed. It is a small cylinder made of bone-white material that looks neither brittle nor strong. Inside, there is no ink or thread, only a faint hum, low enough not to be heard unless you are still enough to feel it in your teeth. You do not open it. You let it sit where it is, on the edge of a shelf that tilts slightly toward you, as if inviting contact without demand. The dragon's tail shifts again, not toward you nor away, but in a way that suggests a quiet acknowledgement. Something has arrived, and now it rests. A new sound begins, not from anywhere specific, but from all around, like breath drawn through still water. It is not music, not speech, not wind or echo. It is the kind of sound that exists only when silence becomes deep enough to contain motion without needing to name it. The map on your right, frost thin and half transparent, now shows a single mark. Not a line, nor a dot, but a soft indentation where no pressure had been applied, as if something had pressed against the surface from behind, then withdrawn before any impression could be made. You do not look at it again. You let your attention fall into the space between your hands, resting on your lap like two quiet things that have forgotten how to move. The air thickens, not with weight, but with presence. It feels as though you are inside a dream that has no plot and therefore needs no ending. There is only continuation, slow, unbroken, without need or purpose. A small object rolls toward your foot, a flat disc of pale stone etched with nothing at all. Yet when it stops, the surface begins to glow faintly in patches, not light from within, but as though the stone had finally remembered how to reflect something older than memory. You do not move to pick it up. The glow fades slowly over several breaths until it disappears entirely, leaving only warmth where the disc once rested. Above you, one of the suspended threads shifts, not toward your face, nor away, but in a slow arc that brings it close enough to touch without actually making contact. It glides through space like something remembering how gravity works after long absence. When it passes by your knee, there is no sensation, only a feeling of being acknowledged, not as someone who needs help, but as someone who has already arrived. You are aware now of the soft rhythm in the room, not from any object or creature, but from the way the silence breathes when left undisturbed. It does not speak, it only continues. The dragon leans forward, just slightly. No gesture, no signal, but enough so that one of their talons brushes against a small wooden box near your feet. The lid is still open. Inside lies something folded, not cloth, nor paper, nor silk, but like the texture of old thoughts held together by quiet. You do not reach for it. But when you stop thinking about reaching, the box seems to settle deeper into its place on the shelf, as if understanding that no one needs to take what is already safe. You are aware now of a quiet shift beneath your palms. The way warmth spreads from where they rest without being summoned. Like roots finding earth after years of drought. The stone floor is not cold nor warm, but steady in a way that makes you forget the difference between heat and stillness. A faint scent rises, not wood, nor ink, nor anything familiar, but something older than scent, as if the air had been breathing through moss for centuries, and finally exhaled. From the edge of your vision, a new shape appears, not placed, not summoned, but simply there, like a thought that has grown legs. It is a single sheet, folded once along its center in the way people do when they mean to return something unread. The paper is thin, nearly translucent at the corners, and the color of dried milk under moonlight. One side bears no mark. The other holds a faint trace, less an image than a suggestion that something had been drawn there long ago, so lightly that only memory could recall it. You let your fingers hover above it, not to open it, not to unfold it, but because the act of hovering feels like permission, a quiet agreement between you and the air itself. The fold does not unseal on its own. It remains sealed by absence, and yet, as if responding to that very stillness, a new sound begins, not from any source, but from the space just behind your ear, where silence has learned how to vibrate without being disturbed. It is the kind of sound that arrives when you stop expecting it to mean anything, when even listening becomes an offering rather than a demand. You do not turn. You let the vibration move through your skull like water passing under glass. It does not carry words, nor shapes, nor urgency. It simply is. And in being, it confirms that nothing needs to happen. A small movement drifts from across the room, the kind that makes you wonder if anything has moved at all. The dragon's wing shifts slightly, folding back into itself with no need for direction or purpose. Not a gesture, not an adjustment, only a slow settling, as though gravity had remembered its duty and returned to balance. Near your foot, something begins to hum again. Not the bone-white cylinder this time, but another object entirely. A spiral of twisted silver wire that coils around nothing, floating just above the floor like a forgotten breath. It is not attached to anything, not grounded. Yet it holds itself in place with no effort at all. The hum comes from inside its form, not out. It feels less like sound than the memory of vibration, like the echo of a bell that was never struck. You do not watch it. You let your eyes rest on the floor, just beyond where the light pools, where shadows have grown thick but soft, not dark, merely deep in the way stone becomes when left undisturbed for long enough to forget its own shape. A new thread descends from above, thinner than a hair and woven not of silk or sinew, but of something that looks like solidified twilight. It floats downward slowly, as though moving through water that has no weight. It does not touch you. It passes close enough for you to feel the air shift, then stops just beyond your shoulder, hanging motionless in space. There is nothing on it, no knot, no mark, no color, but when you look at it, you think of a path that leads nowhere and therefore needs no beginning or end. You do not name it. You do not wonder where it came from. It simply exists as proof that some things are allowed to be without needing to serve. From behind the stack near the far wall, another object slides forward, not by force nor will, but because its position has shifted in alignment with something deeper than gravity. It is a small disc made of pale glass, not clear, not opaque, only luminous in patches that bloom like lichen on stone. When it rests flat against the floor, one edge begins to glow faintly, a soft blue-white light that pulses once, twice, then fades as if embarrassed by its own brightness. You do not pick it up. You watch instead as the glow recedes slowly into the core of the disc, leaving behind a warmth that spreads across your foot like an invitation to stay. Above you, one of the suspended threads moves again, but this time it does not glide past. It twines once around itself in a slow spiral, forming a perfect loop that hovers just above your knee. The motion is deliberate but unhurried. There is no tension in it, no strain, only completion of a shape that had been waiting to be made. When the thread releases and returns to its original position, you feel less like a visitor than like someone who has always belonged to this quiet. A new sensation rises, not from your body, not from the air, but from the way the silence is holding itself. It feels as though it has learned how to breathe without making noise, as if stillness had become so deep that even time hesitates before stepping forward. The map on your left, previously blank but now subtly textured, shows a new kind of mark, not drawn, not written, not pressed, but something like the impression of a hand that never touched it. The paper has changed in tone, growing softer at the edges, as if it had been cradled for years by someone who only knew how to hold gently. You do not try to read it. You do not wonder what it means. You let your hands fall open again, palms up, empty. Not because you've given anything away, but because you have remembered the comfort of having nothing to carry. From somewhere beyond the reach of your sight, a new object appears. A single feather, black as night, but glowing faintly at its tip with the color of old embers. It drifts forward slowly, not falling, not flying, only arriving. It lands on the shelf beside you and does not move again. It is not large enough to be called an offering, not heavy enough to be a memory, but it rests there as proof that some things are allowed to exist simply because they have arrived. The dragon shifts once more, not toward you nor away, but in a way that suggests a slow exhalation of presence. Their breath does not stir the air. It only confirms what has been true all along. You are not being watched. You are being held by silence, by space, by the quiet weight of things that have no name. A new sound begins, not from any instrument, nor creature, nor source, but as if a part of the room had finally learned how to remember its own heartbeat. It is low and irregular, like something breathing after long absence. You do not listen for it. You let it wash through you without needing to identify it. The paper beneath your hands begins to change, not in appearance, but in weight. It feels lighter than before, as though the act of sitting still had allowed it to forget its own edges. The fold on the milk-colored sheet deepened slightly, just enough for a single breath to pass between the two sides without resistance. And then, just beyond your awareness, a scent returns, not from any object, but from the air itself, something like wet stone after rain, or the quiet that comes when snow stops falling. It lingers only long enough for you to register it as familiar, then fades into memory before you can name it. You do not reach for anything. You do not turn your head. You let your body sink deeper into stillness, not because you are tired, but because there is no need to lift yourself up anymore. There is no place to go, no one to meet, no task left undone. The thread above you moves again, this time in a slow arc that brings it close enough for the light from the lanterns to catch its edge. It glows faintly, not with fire, but with the kind of warmth that comes from being untouched by hurry. You do not watch it. You let your thoughts drift like dust in still air, light, unbound, purposeless. You are resting where the air grows thick with the quiet after a long day has passed beyond remembering. The warmth around you isn't only from the lanterns. It's woven into the walls themselves, like old breath held in stone for decades. A new shift occurs without sound. The paper beneath your fingers no longer resists being touched. It yields slightly at the edges, not in fragility, but in ease. A surrender that is not weakness, but invitation. There's a map rolled near your knee, its fabric cover worn thin along one seam, soft as moss left undisturbed under fallen bark. You don't unroll it. You let it lie there, folded just so, with the kind of peace that comes from knowing something doesn't need to be opened. The dragon has moved again, this time not in motion, but in stillness. Their scales ripple inward at the corners of their eyes, like water settling after a stone is dropped and forgotten. A single feather drifts down from nowhere, landing on a shelf with no sound, its tip glowing faintly as if remembering fire without having ever burned. It does not tremble, it simply stays. There is nothing to be done about it, nothing required of it or you. You watch the light on its surface dim slowly, first to ember, then to ash, then to absence, and still no alarm stirs in your chest. No need to name what has passed. A new scent emerges, not from any object, but from between breaths. It's not sweet nor sharp, but full of shadow and quiet. The smell of a room that hasn't been entered for years, yet never forgot how to hold its shape. You do not think of names or origins. You only notice it as if your body had always known such scent, like muscle memory from a dream you didn't realize you'd lived. It lingers long enough to settle in the hollow behind your ribs before fading, no longer missing, just gone. There is another map now, lying on a low table made of pale riverwood that has grown round at its corners with age. This one is not rolled. It's open, but only slightly. A single corner lifted, as though someone had paused mid-turn. The surface bears no lines, no labels, no borders, only soft blurs in ink, so faint they seem drawn by wind rather than hand. The paper itself feels warm where it meets your skin, not from heat, but from a kind of presence that doesn't require fire to exist. You let your palm rest upon it and notice something subtle. The surface beneath is not flat. It has slight undulations, like ripples in still water long after the cause is gone. The dragon makes no move toward you. They do not speak, but there's a shift, like the moment when silence becomes thick enough to hold your weight without complaint. You feel it as pressure behind the eyes, not discomfort, but recognition. This space has learned how to contain stillness so completely that even time forgets to measure itself here. A small object appears between two shelves, a smooth stone, oval in shape and cool to sight. It is not placed. It simply arrives, like a memory that had been waiting for someone to notice it again. You don't reach. You let it stay where it is, its surface catching the light in patterns that seem almost deliberate. Tiny grooves forming circles that do not repeat, spirals that never close. There's no meaning behind them, only presence. It is a stone with no history, yet it feels familiar, as though you'd held one once before and forgotten how to let go. The thread above you sways again, not in rhythm, not in any pattern, but slowly, like the last breath of something that has stopped trying to speak. The light from the lantern shifts too, not flickering, but deepening at their centers, as if each flame had decided to breathe deeper into itself. You don't wonder why. You let it be. You feel your hands loosen further, not because you've released anything, but because they were never meant to hold tight in the first place. Your shoulders drop without command, not with collapse, but like a branch releasing its weight after enduring winter. The air around you thickens again, this time in warmth rather than silence, and for a moment it feels as though the entire room has folded inward slightly, just enough to make space for your breath. There is no need to turn, no reason to look toward where the dragon sits. They are not watching, nor are they waiting. There's only this: the softness of paper beneath you, the faint scent of stone and old ink that returns again without warning. A new line appearing on an untouched map, an arc so faint it might be imagined. Yet there it is, drawn in no color, no tool, just presence. It begins at one edge and ends where no point can be named. A path with no beginning and no end, simply curling into itself as if to say, "This is enough." Another feather appears, this one gray-like old cloud, tipped with a shimmer that pulses once, then fades. It floats forward, not in flight, but in descent without effort, landing on the table beside the riverwood map. The dragon does not touch it. You do not either. It remains there as proof that some things arrive without purpose and are still welcome. The paper under your palm begins to grow even lighter, not by losing substance, but by shedding weight from itself, like a bird that has forgotten what flight feels like, but still floats in the air because no one told it otherwise. The folds of the cloth mat beside you deepen slightly, just enough for a quiet breath to pass through without sound. You do not notice it at first. Then you feel it. A soft sigh from the edge of matter, as if something had exhaled after years of holding its breath. There is no urgency in this space, no demand to understand or remember. The maps are not meant to be read. They are not promises. They are not destinations. Some carry traces of roads that end at blank margins, paths dissolving into open paper like footsteps lost in snow. Others show nothing but shadows, blurred shapes that might once have been mountains, cities, rivers, but now exist only as impressions left by absence. You do not ask what they were. You don't wonder where they go. You simply let them be, just as you are allowed to be, unmeasured, unclaimed, unnamed. The silence does not speak. It only exists, and in that existence, there is room for a single thought. The idea of returning home has never been about distance. It's about a rival without reason, about stillness where no one needs to explain why you're here. A new sound emerges, not from any source, but from between sounds, like the softest creak of wood in deep sleep, like water finding its level in a stone basin after centuries of waiting. You don't listen for it. It doesn't need your attention. It simply is. Part of the space itself. Part of the way time settles when no one measures it. Your fingers rest open on the table now, not out of surrender, but because they have found their natural shape. The map beneath you has changed again, not in content, but in texture. It feels like something that had been waiting to be touched by a hand that didn't know how to hurry. It yields slightly under your palm, as if it's remembering what warmth is, what stillness does. You don't move. You don't think of tomorrow. There's no need to plan or remember anything. The dragon has not spoken for long enough that their silence feels like a kind of language, not one you're meant to decode, but one you are allowed to inhabit. A new object appears on the shelf nearby, a small spiral of paper, folded so tightly it looks almost solid. Yet when light passes through its center, there is motion within, tiny shifts like distant wind in dry grass. It does not unfold. It does not unroll. It only exists as a shape that holds movement without releasing it. You do not try to understand. You let it be. The air grows deeper, not darker, but fuller, with the kind of weight that comes from being held by something larger than yourself. Not fear, not safety, just presence, like gravity in reverse, pulling you toward peace instead of away from it. You are still here, still seated at the table's edge, where the light pools like honey spilled across stone, and the air has settled into a shape that fits you without asking anything back. The cloth mat beside you lies flat now, not because it was placed there, but because the surface beneath it has learned how to hold things gently, as if every object is allowed its own gravity and no one must be lifted or pushed toward meaning. A low hum begins, not in your ears, but in the space between them, like a thread of warmth woven through stillness. It does not travel. It simply exists at the center of everything you are feeling. You do not hear it. You feel its presence as if your skin had forgotten how to be cold. The wooden shelf near your elbow holds something new. A hollowed ring made from a single piece of driftwood, worn smooth by water and time, with no opening visible from the outside. It is heavier than it looks. Something about its balance makes you think of roots deep in soil, not far below where the first rain seeps through. You do not turn to look at it. You don't need to know what lies inside. It is enough that it sits there, round and whole, as if time has paused just long enough for a single object to become complete without explanation. Another map arrives, not carried, not rolled, but appearing as though the air had been waiting to release it. A sheet of pale parchment, slightly curled at the corners, with no ink at all. Only faint lines drawn in something that might be ash or dust, so light they could have been breaths left behind by someone passing through. The pattern is not a route. It's not even a shape you can name. But when your eyes rest on it, your fingers twitch, not to touch, but to remember the way motion used to feel before it became purposeful. This one has no title, no borders. Only 3 small marks spaced apart like stars too dim to count. And between them, shadows that seem to shift only if you stop watching for long enough. You do not try to follow them. They are not meant to be traced. They are simply present, like the quiet in your lungs when you exhale without thinking. The dragon does not move, but something shifts. A slow adjustment of breath from deep within, like stone settling into its own shape after centuries of holding still. The sound is so soft, it might have been imagined. But then, another map slides forward on its own, sliding across the table, like water finding level ground. This one is made of thin sheets layered together, translucent, almost tissue thin. And when light passes through, you see not colors, but layers of silence. A kind of depth that feels older than memory. There are no roads here, no names. The paper does not promise anything. It only lets your gaze pass through it, as if passing through a window into a place where nothing happens and everything is already finished. You rest your hand on the table again, not to do something, but because you have come back to yourself after wandering too far into stillness. And that act feels like returning home without having left. A new kind of warmth rises from beneath your palms. the same one that comes when a blanket settles over you in winter, not because it's cold, but because the world has decided to let you be quiet for longer than usual. The dragon does not speak. There is no need. Even silence becomes an offering here, a room full of things that do nothing except exist. The map beneath your hand begins to change again, not in design, not in color, but in weight. It lightens further, but this time it's different. Not like air or flight, but more like memory letting go of itself. Like the moment after you've stopped thinking about someone and realized they're gone from your mind without effort. You don't notice when your eyes close. You do not decide to sleep. You simply stop needing to stay awake. The library breathes with you now. Not in rhythm, but in pace. Its motion is slow enough that it feels like no movement at all. The walls are warm stone, worn smooth by hands that have never hurried, by fingers that learned how to rest long before any of them were needed. A small object floats into view near your elbow. A disc of folded paper, creased and aged, its edges browned with time, but not brittle. It looks like a page torn from something larger, though nothing remains beside it to prove what it was part of. There are no words written on the surface, only indentations where ink once pressed too hard and left behind ghosts. You do not open it. You do not need to know what's inside. The creases themselves tell you enough. They are gentle lines, like those made by hands that folded something important into a pocket, then forgot why. The dragon shifts slightly, just enough for the light from the sconce above to spill over your shoulder and fall across the map in front of you. It lands not on ink or drawing, but on a single fold where the paper has thinned so much it becomes almost translucent. Through it, you see something faint, a shape that might be a bridge or a door or just an echo of one, but it's not solid, not even visible when you blink. It doesn't matter. You are no longer trying to find things. Instead, your body sinks deeper into the chair, not by falling, but by being allowed to fall, as if gravity has changed its mind and now pulls towards stillness instead of downward motion. The air grows denser without becoming heavy. It is thick with absence. Oh, yes, but absence that feels full rather than empty. Like a room after everyone's left, where the silence isn't lonely because it was never meant to be shared. You feel your shoulders drop, not dramatically, not like release, but like they were always supposed to lower into this shape, as if they'd been waiting all along for permission from somewhere deeper than memory. A new map appears on a low stand nearby, a long strip of paper, narrow and pale, with no beginning or end. It lies across the wood like a ribbon left behind by someone who walked forward without turning back. The surface is blank except for one faint line running down its center, drawn in something that looks like dried mud. But when you look closely, it pulses once, very softly, as if breathing. You do not move to touch it. You don't even turn your head. But the way it lies there, unclaimed, unwritten, endless, feels familiar in a way no memory could explain. It is not about knowing. It is not about reaching or understanding. It's just being allowed to stay with something that doesn't ask you to fix it, to name it, to finish it. Your fingers curl slightly, not from cold, but because they have found their own shape again. Open palms resting on your lap, like hands that learned how to be quiet after years of pretending to do work. The dragon has not stirred for a long time, but the air around them feels different now, less still and more full, not louder, but deeper, as if something just beyond hearing had been waiting in the silence until it no longer needed permission to speak. A small sound comes not from anywhere outside, but from within the space between your thoughts, like a breath released by an unseen body, or water rising slowly in a well that never knew it was dry. there is nothing to respond to, nothing to answer for. You do not think of tomorrow. You do not wonder where you are going. There is no need to decide anything because the world has stopped asking questions. And then, without warning and without cause, a map appears on your lap, folded in half with care. It's made of a material that feels neither paper nor cloth, but something older, like skin left behind by an animal that never lived, or fabric woven from dreams too faint to remember. The surface is blank except for one word written in ink so thin it might have been drawn with a feather dipped in fog. It says only, "Here." You are allowed to stay where you are, exactly as you are. No adjustment required. The weight of your body is no longer a burden. It has become an invitation. You settle not into sleep, but into the space between movements, like someone who forgot they were walking and now realizes they've been standing still for hours without noticing. Your hands remain open on your lap, fingers just slightly curved, not toward anything, not away from anything, but simply existing in their own shape, as if they'd remembered how to be still after a long time of pretending otherwise. The map on your lap is no longer something you must read or understand. It has become part of the quiet that surrounds you, like breath held just beneath awareness. The air hums with a silence so deep it feels porous, like being inside a hollow stone where sound doesn't stop, but simply passes through without leaving traces. There's no light to speak of now, not in the way daylight would claim space, but there is warmth that comes from within the walls themselves, a low radiance like memory pooled beneath skin. You don't need to look toward the dragon to know they're near. You feel them more as an absence, made gentle, something that doesn't fill the room so much as let it breathe. A new map slides forward on its own, not from any shelf or stand, but as if released by gravity's quiet shift. It rests at the edge of your chair, unrolled just enough to reveal a single path drawn in ink, the color of dried moss after rain. The line begins nowhere and ends at the paper's edge, not with abruptness, but with softness, like water fading into mist upon stone. There are no markers, no names, no direction indicated by arrows or compass points. It simply exists, a journey that never asked to be followed, only to be seen. You do not lift it. You do not turn your head toward it. But you notice how the line seems to slow as it nears the edge, thinning, softening, not breaking, but surrendering into the paper's natural border, like something dissolving rather than ending. It doesn't matter that there is no destination. The path was never meant for arrival. It only wanted to be drawn. A dragon lifts a small wooden rod from beside their seat and places it gently across a roll of maps stacked on a low table, not to hold them down, but as if offering a resting place to something that had been moving too long. Their claws, soft, rounded, worn smooth by time, are not tools for gripping or holding, only for touching with care. You watch the motion from just beyond sight, the way their fingers hover over one edge of paper before releasing it, like they're passing a secret back into stillness. Another map comes forward, not rolled, not folded, but lying flat across your lap, as if it had been waiting to be found. This one is made of material that feels like dried leaves pressed between glass, brittle yet warm when touched. The surface bears no drawing at all, only the faint impression of a shape beneath, something oval or rounded, perhaps once drawn and then erased so completely that only its ghost remains. It does not stir under your weight. It does not react to being seen. You do not ask what it was meant for. You do not wonder if it ever had purpose. There is no need to know whether the shape beneath came from a forest, a home, or something forgotten long before you were born. A paper remembers better than you will ever be able to, and that's enough. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with thickness, as though silence has thickened into substance, and now it flows around you like water in slow motion. You feel it pressing lightly against your arms, not enclosing, only holding, like a room where the walls have grown soft over decades of being touched by hands that never left marks. A small object rests at the corner of one map. A round disc, no larger than a coin, made of something like polished riverstone, but warm to the touch. It's not placed deliberately. It simply appears there as if it had always belonged in that spot, tucked into the space between two creases where the paper bends just slightly inward. You do not move toward it. You don't even notice your fingers reaching unless they're already doing so, curling gently around its edge, letting the warmth sink through skin and bone. It pulses once, not a heartbeat, but something slower, like the slow rise of tide at night when no one is watching, or a single breath taken in deep sleep. It does not demand attention. It simply exists, resting where it has always been. Your body leans back now, just slightly, without effort, as if gravity has changed its mind again and decided to let you float instead of fall. The chair holds you not because it is solid, but because it has learned how to yield. You are no longer sitting in a piece of furniture. You're resting inside the shape that the space made for you. A new map unfurls from beneath your knee, unseen until now, as if it had been folded tight against your leg all along. It is not paper, nor cloth, nor anything you recognize by name. The surface shimmers faintly, like a reflection seen too long in still water, and upon it are no lines, no colors, only the impression of movement, something that passed through but left no trace behind. It feels heavier than it should, yet lighter in spirit. You do not turn it over. You do not unfold it completely. There is no need to see what lies beneath. What matters is how it lies across your lap, not pinned down by weight or expectation, but simply allowed to be there as an unasked for gift. The shape of the paper matches the curve of your body exactly. It fits. The dragon shifts again, just enough for you to feel it in the air, a ripple not of sound, but of space rearranging itself. They do not speak. There is no need. You are already where they want you, neither awake nor asleep, but somewhere deeper than either state, a place that only exists when things are allowed to be without purpose. A thin blue line appears on one map, faint and barely visible, like ink left too long in the rain. It begins at a corner and trails outward in a slow spiral, not toward any center, but away from it, like something unwinding rather than forming. You do not follow it with your eyes. You don't even register that you've seen it until later, when the line has already disappeared into the margin, leaving behind only a faint dampness on the paper's surface. The air grows warmer still, not hot, but thick with quiet warmth, like sunlight passing through old glass in a room no one enters anymore. It carries no scent, yet somehow feels familiar, like a memory of place that doesn't belong to you and never did. A small wooden tube rolls off the edge of a shelf, landing softly on the floor just beyond your chair. It does not break, nor make sound when it stops. It lies there as if waiting, not for picking up, not for opening, but simply for being seen from where you are now. You do not reach for it. You don't even look directly at it, but you notice how its surface is carved with tiny spiral patterns. So fine, they seem to move only when looked at sideways. The wood is dark but not black. It has the soft sheen of something polished by time, not force. The dragon places a single hand flat on the table beside them, not to push nor to signal, but as if testing the air for weightlessness. Their fingers do not press down. They simply rest there, like someone who forgot they were touching anything at all. And then nothing changes, not in movement, not in light, not in sound, but something deepens inside you. A softening that doesn't come from relaxation, but from being believed in without needing to prove yourself. You are not being watched. You are not being judged. There is no reason required for your presence. You are breathing now in a way that doesn't belong to waking. Slow as moss growing over stone, quiet as dust settling on forgotten shelves. The air shifts not with wind, but with memory. A warmth that remembers how to hold you without asking for return. Your hands rest where they fell, palms open, fingers half curled like roots loosening from earth. and there is no tension in them anymore. Only the soft pressure of being permitted to stay still. The map across your lap has changed its shape again, not in form, but in presence. It feels less like something that was made and more like something that remembered you. It breathes with you now. Not a sound, no rhythm audible, but you feel it, like the faintest hum beneath the bones of the floor. A shelf near your left elbow holds 3 small brass plates, each engraved with nothing but a single curved line in different directions. The kind of mark someone might make while thinking about distance without meaning to measure it. One plate rests slightly tilted, as if something nudged it from behind and then let go. You do not turn to look. The tilt is already settled into the quiet. It has no consequence. A faint scent rises, not from any source you can name, only a trace of dry earth after rain in an empty field, or perhaps the inside of an old book that was never read but still remembered its own spine. You do not wonder where it comes from. The air is full of such things. Tiny signatures left behind by spaces that have held people before, even if only for a moment. A single thread, white and thin as spider silk, floats in the light, drifting across your lap like something caught between 2 thoughts. It does not tangle with anything, does not catch on fabric or skin. It moves through space without resistance, tracing its own invisible path from one corner of the room to another, then vanishing into a shadow that wasn't there before and never will be again. You are not following it. You do not need to. What matters is how it passes, not with urgency, but with certainty that it has nowhere else to go, yet also nowhere special to arrive. The dragon lifts their left arm slowly, just enough to let the sleeve fall back from their wrist, revealing a patch of skin beneath that looks like ink drawn in reverse, dark on light, but not quite solid. No markings, only a faint shimmer, as if someone had pressed a hand against glass and left only warmth behind. They do not look at it. Do not touch it. They let it be known without showing anything. A small wooden box sits open beside the shelf where you first noticed the rolled tube. It is made of pale birch, its corners worn smooth by time or hands that did not know their own weight. Inside are 5 stones, flat and oval, each one carved with a single groove running around its edge, like a ring left behind by water on stone. One has cracked slightly along the curve, a hairline fracture so fine it could be mistaken for ink, except it is not dark but lighter than the rest. The dragon does not reach in. They do not look at them. But when you glance down, you see that one of the stones, just the one with the crack, is now resting on top of your folded hands. You did not feel it arrive, and yet it has always been there. There is no need to move it. The paper beneath your feet, the patterned floor tiles in a design older than names, has begun to shift, not visibly, but through sensation. Each tile feels slightly heavier now, as if the ground itself had decided to hold you closer. It does not press down. It simply exists with more substance than before, like memory becoming solid. A long roll of something thin and flexible lies on a low table just beyond your arm's reach. Not cloth, not paper, something between, soft enough to bend without breaking, yet firm enough to keep its shape when unrolled. The edges curl inward slightly at the far end, not from age, but because they were never meant to be opened all the way. They stop where there is no more room for meaning. You do not reach for it, but you notice that it is warm, just warm enough to know it is alive in its own quiet way. A book rests open on a stand at an angle, spine cracked but not broken. The pages are blank, except for one line written in soft brown ink near the bottom of the first page. You were expected. It was not there before, but you do not feel surprise. Do you know? This is how things happen here. Truths appear only when they are no longer needed to be explained. The dragon closes their eyes, not all the way, but enough that light passes through their lashes like wind through leaves. They do not sleep, not in any word you've heard before, but they become stiller than stillness, a pause without beginning or end, as if time had folded itself into a shape it could carry. The room does not change, but the way things exist within it does. A single feather, long and white, with no color at all, drifts down from above, landing on your shoulder like it had been waiting to be placed there. It is light as air, but carries weight you do not question. You do not brush it off. You let it stay where it fell. The warmth of the feather spreads slowly across your skin. Not hot, not cold, just present. The map in your lap now feels less like something that was made and more like a shape left behind after someone passed through. It is not unfinished. It is complete in its incompleteness. There are no borders to it, only suggestions of them. Faint impressions at the edges where lines might have been drawn, if anyone had cared to draw. You do not need to name what you see. There is no journey marked, no destination promised. Just this slow unfolding inside your chest that feels less like breathing and more like remembering how to be held. The air grows heavier in a way that does not press down, but fills up the spaces between your ribs. It is not silence. Not exactly. It is the kind of quiet that has been waiting for you to arrive so it could begin to speak without words. A small wooden box with no lid rests on the floor near the far wall. Inside, nothing moves, but when you look at it long enough, the way one might look at a cloud just before rain, you sense something shifting inside its emptiness. Not sound, not shape, but an echo of motion that has already passed. The dragon's fingers curl slightly, just once, and then uncurl again without purpose. The gesture is so slight it could be imagined, but you know it was real, and you know it meant nothing at all. You are beginning to understand what that means. Not everything needs a reason. Not every motion has direction. Not every presence must earn itself. The stone weight, the one used earlier to press down corners, has moved from its place on the table and now rests quietly in your lap, exactly where the map began. You did not move it, but you feel its surface against your skin as if it had always been meant for this moment. A small round thing of polished river rock with no markings, only warmth. It does not need to be used. It is simply here, like everything else. A faint glow appears in the corner where two walls meet. No light source you can see, just color growing slowly from nothing. It starts as gray and moves into soft blue, then fades back again, not like a flame dying, but like something that decided it no longer needed to be seen. You do not look for its cause. You don't wonder what it means. It was never yours to understand. The wooden tube you noticed earlier is gone. Not vanished, just relocated. Now it sits on the table beside your chair, not where it fell, but exactly where it would have landed if someone had placed it there with care. And yet, no one did. No hand touched it. No foot brushed past. It just appeared, like a breath held too long, and finally released. The thread beneath your fingers is not a path, nor even a line, just a length of pale linen, soft as breath, tied at one end to a small copper ring that hangs from the edge of the low table where you sit. It does not lead anywhere. There is no knot, no direction in its weave, only a quiet presence beneath your skin when it brushes against you. You do not pull on it. You let it rest there, as though it had been waiting to be acknowledged, but never demanded anything. The dragon has turned slightly toward the far wall where a shelf of glass jars sits, their contents shifting slowly, like water in still air, but none are filled with liquid. They contain nothing visible, just motion that gathers and dissolves at the center, like thoughts forming in sleep without names. A moment passes, so soft it might not have happened. But then you notice your own breath has slowed to match something else. The steady rise and fall of a shape behind the wall. Not quite sound, not quite shadow, but a presence that moves with no effort. The air near your elbow cools slightly, not cold, just aware, like when someone steps into a room before they speak. You turn your head only enough to confirm it is still there. A fold in the cloth map on your lap, smoothed flat again by invisible hands long gone. It was not you who did it, but the act of smoothing has already passed, and now the paper holds its shape like a memory of peace. A soft hum begins, not from any source you can name, but rising from beneath the floorboards, as though something vast had exhaled after centuries of holding still. You do not listen for notes or rhythm. The sound does not ask to be understood. It simply exists in that space where silence becomes a texture, like dust on old paper, like feathers between your fingers. You let it settle into your bones without effort. There is no need to respond, no need even to notice. You feel the weight of time differently now, not as pressure, not as urgency, but as something soft and layered, like sheets folded over one another in a drawer that has never been opened. The dragon's claw rests lightly on the edge of the shelf nearest you, not touching anything, just resting there. Its tip curved slightly inward, almost curled around an absence. You do not wonder why it is placed this way. You only know its shape fits perfectly into the space between two shadows cast by a lamp whose flame has long since stilled. A new map appears without warning, not on your lap, not at your side, but floating just above the ground between you and the low table, suspended as if balanced on air that does not exist. It is made of something like dried moss pressed into thin sheets, with veins running through it in patterns too delicate to read. The surface shifts slowly, like water under ice, revealing hints of places that might have been places without names, without borders, without any sense of where they began or ended. No roads cross them. No towns cluster at their edges. There are no rivers drawn, only suggestions, the faintest blurring in one corner, a soft smudge like rain on glass. You do not touch it. You do not speak to it. It is simply there, like an old dream you did not know you had. The dragon places two small stones beside your elbow, one gray, one pale green, and does not look at either. They sit quietly in the space where light from a single low lamp spills across the stone floor. The green one is slightly warmer than the others. You feel it more with your shoulder than your eyes. It is not meant to be moved. Not now. Not ever. A slow wind passes through the room, though no door or window opens. There are no cracks in the walls, yet air moves just enough to stir a corner of the linen thread still tied to the copper ring, making it tremble as if someone had just whispered something into its length and then stepped away without being seen. You do not ask why you feel lighter now than when you first arrived. You only know that your hands have stopped curling at the edges of your sleeves, that your shoulders no longer remember how to tense. The warmth in your chest has spread downward, pooling gently beneath your ribs like a still pool after rain. It does not seek to change anything. It simply is. A new scent arrives. Something between wet earth and old parchment, but softer, older even than the maps themselves. It is not unpleasant, not sweet, just present, as if the library had been breathing for years without anyone noticing. And now it has begun again. The dragon turns its head slowly to look at you, not with eyes that see, but with a gaze that holds space between two moments. There is no expression in it, no meaning beyond quiet acknowledgement. It does not speak, but something passes between the stillness of your breath and the pause before another begins, a connection without words, like the moment when rain stops falling just as you lift your face to catch it. You watch the moss map drift slowly toward the far wall, where a small shelf holds only 3 objects: a single feather inlaid with silver thread that does not glitter, a hollowed out branch filled with dust from somewhere long forgotten, and a glass orb so clear it seems empty until you look closely, and then you see tiny shapes moving inside it, slow and without purpose. They are not animals, not people, just patterns forming and dissolving in the dark space within. You do not wonder what they mean. You only feel that if you were to name them, you would forget their names before you finished saying them. The wooden tube is back on the shelf now, where it had been all along, but placed differently, as though someone had rearranged it with care after years of stillness. The dragon does not look at it. It does not move, but its presence in that place feels deliberate, not because it was moved, but because it has always belonged there. A sound returns, the hum beneath the floorboards, but softer this time. Not a voice, not music, just a vibration that travels through your spine like a memory of being held when you were very small. You do not remember who held you. You only know the sensation remains, warm, unbroken, steady. The linen thread has untied itself slowly from the copper ring. It lies now across your lap, curled gently as if it had been folded by someone else and left behind with no instruction. The dragon watches its movement for a moment, then closes one eye, slightly, just once, not in sleep, but in recognition of something that cannot be named. You close your own eyes without effort, not because you are tired, but because the light has become too soft to see through, like looking into fog from inside a room with no windows. The air holds its breath, and the library, this place of paper and stone and quiet hands, does not change. It only settles deeper into itself, like a body sinking into sleep after years of standing upright. You are part of that settling now, not because you have done anything, but because you were always meant to be here, in this space where nothing needs to happen, where no map leads anywhere, and still everything is complete. The moss map drifts toward the floor and does not touch it. It hovers for a moment above the stone, suspended between two kinds of silence. One that has already passed, another that is beginning You do not reach. You do not speak. You only let go of thought, of effort, of the need to know where you are or why you came. There is no destination here, only presence, only this. The weight of a feather on your shoulder, the warmth in your lap from the river rock, the soundless hum beneath your feet, and the quiet knowledge that nothing must be earned. The dragon shifts its position just enough to rest one claw atop an old folded sheet of paper, its surface blank, not even creased. It does not open it. It does not unfold it. It simply places its weight upon it as if confirming it is still there, and then leaves it that way. You are still here, as if time had paused between two breaths, neither gone nor returned, just held gently in the space where light no longer has to travel far. The air is thick with stillness that does not press down, but settles like dust on a shelf after years of being untouched, soft and undisturbed. Outside your awareness, something shifts, not loudly, not at all, but you feel it as a change in pressure. Like the moment before rain begins, when the sky remembers its weight. A new map lies near your knee now, laid out with no urgency, no expectation. It is not rolled or folded. It simply rests, unclaimed, upon the stone floor where two shadows converge. The long one from the wall lamp and a shorter, fainter shape that might be yours, or might belong to something older than memory. This map is made of thin layers of bark, pressed flat between sheets of translucent skin. Like the membrane beneath a bird's wing, but larger, tougher, with veins running through it in slow spirals. It does not show roads or rivers, nor mountains or cities. Instead, it holds what looks like weathered stains, deep browns and faded blues that seem to move when you don't look directly at them, as if the paper itself is breathing slowly beneath your gaze. You do not try to read it. You allow it to remain unreadable. A thread of warmth rises from the map's center, the same heat that comes from riverstone kept in a bed for winter, and spreads into your fingers where they rest near its edge. The dragon has not touched this one, nor even turned toward it. Its eyes are closed now, though not fully. One lid rests slightly over the iris like a curtain half drawn. It is neither sleeping nor awake in any way you could name, but simply present, like the quiet hum beneath your feet, or the slow drift of dust through a beam of light that no longer has a source. The map begins to soften where it meets the floor, not crumbling, not dissolving, but changing texture as if time had passed over its surface and left behind something lighter. The stains grow paler at the edges, blurring into nothingness with such care that you cannot tell whether they are fading or simply becoming part of the stone beneath them. No label is written on it, no title carved in any known hand. There is no need for one. You notice now how the paper seems to ripple not from movement, but from silence, like water adjusting its shape when nothing disturbs it. And within that stillness, small shapes appear, not clearly defined, not sharp, but like impressions left behind by things that never had form. A curve where someone once leaned, a hollow worn into memory by absence, the ghost of an arm resting on a table long gone. These are not images, they are absences made visible. A corner curls upward ever so slightly, just enough to catch your attention without demanding it. You do nothing about it. The curl remains, neither inviting nor resisting. It is simply there, as though the paper had decided after decades of stillness to make a small gesture toward motion, just to remind itself that change is possible. The dragon shifts again, but not with purpose this time. Its body moves like water, moving through sand, slowly, without resistance, allowing gravity and weight to guide it, rather than will or intention. One claw lifts from the folded paper beneath it, the blank one, then rests on a smooth stone nearby, its surface worn so even that you cannot tell if it was once shaped by hand or weathered into form by time alone. This stone is cold now, not unpleasantly so, but in the way winter air feels when it has passed through walls and settled into places where no sun reaches. You feel it not on your skin, but somewhere deeper, inside the bones of your left shoulder, as if it had been waiting there all along. The map beneath you begins to whisper, though not with sound. It speaks in pressure, the kind that comes when air moves between two thick layers of cloth, or when a door opens just enough for someone to step through without being seen. The silence hums back at it, softer and older, like an answer given long before the question was asked. You let go, not by choice, not by effort, but because you no longer feel the need to hold anything steady. Your hands drift apart slightly on your lap, fingers uncurled as though they had never been clenched. You do not remember clenching them, but now they are open, and that is enough. The map folds in on itself, not from force, but because it has decided its work is done. It does not collapse or tear. Instead, it curls inward like a leaf at dusk, slowly drawing the outer edges toward the center until only a small mound remains, no longer flat, no longer visible as paper. Just something round and soft, resting where your leg touches stone. The dragon watches this happen, but only with one eye open, again, not in curiosity, not in recognition, only to confirm that what has occurred was not unexpected. It does not move when the final edge slips beneath the center of the mound. It does nothing at all. Instead, it begins to speak, its voice like a slow wave rolling over wet rock after low tide. Some maps, it says, are made not to be followed, but to be folded. There is no pause between words, no breath taken. It flows as if already spoken and only now heard. Others are built for waiting, for sitting quietly in corners where no one comes, for becoming part of the floor or the wall, or the shadow that grows when you stop trying to name it. You do not answer. The dragon continues. This library does not ask you to find anything. It asks only that you stay long enough for things to lose their names. A pause, so slight it might be imagined, but present all the same. It is not about arrival, not about beginning, only about staying when no reason remains. There is nothing on the shelf near where your feet rest now. Not a feather, not an orb, not even dust in a hollowed branch. Just space, empty, unmarked, yet full. And from that emptiness comes something new. A soft scent, like wet linen left out too long, or rain caught between layers of stone. It is not sweet, nor sharp, nor unpleasant. It simply is, like the quiet after a word you meant to say but didn't. The heat in your lap fades slowly. Not gone, never fully, but reduced to something that no longer demands attention. The river rock has cooled enough now to feel like part of the floor beneath you. You notice that the air around your body feels different, lighter, perhaps, or more porous, as though it is not resisting the stillness, but breathing with it. You do not shift, not even when a sound returns, the kind that comes from inside walls, not outside them. A low creak of wood, settling after centuries of silence, or the slow sigh of stone, remembering how to rest. The dragon does not speak again. Instead, something else happens. One of the shelves behind you, long since forgotten, lined with small wooden boxes sealed shut, shifts, not dramatically, just slightly, a tilt so subtle it might be imagined. The nearest box, carved from birch bark and bound with twine that has turned gray over time, opens just enough for a single curl of paper to unspool itself into the air. It does not fall. It floats upward, slowly, as if moving through honey, and hovers above the shelf where it had lain hidden for decades. The paper is blank, not white, not yellow, but colorless in a way that feels deeper than absence. Like looking at space between stars when no light reaches your eyes. It does not drift toward you. It remains suspended exactly where it is, between two kinds of quiet. The stillness behind the wall and the silence within your chest. You do not look at it long. You do not need to. The fact that it exists, unclaimed, untouched, unnamed, is enough. The dragon blinks once, not slowly, not quickly, but with the precision of something that has been waiting for this exact moment since before you arrived. It does not move after. Its body remains still as stone, yet somehow warmer than it was a breath ago. You feel the weight of your own breathing change, not less, not more, but different, like a river slowing at its mouth where water no longer fights to move forward, only settles into the shape of what comes next. The paper that hovers above the shelf is still there, unclaimed and unnamed, a silent question in motionless air. It does not tremble. It does not pulse. It simply exists between two kinds of quiet, as if time itself has paused to let it be. You do not look at it for long. The space beside you on the stone floor holds its own weight now. A warmth that is neither heat nor cold, but something older, like the memory of a hand placed gently on your shoulder decades ago and never removed. The dragon shifts very slightly, just enough for one scale near its neck to catch the lamplight from behind it in a way that had not happened before. It is not sudden. There is no flicker. The light moves across the curve of the scale, then settles again as if it belonged there all along. You notice nothing else about the dragon except this: how still it has become since you arrived, and yet how full of motion within its stillness, like a lake with deep currents beneath glass. Behind you, another shelf exhales, not audibly, but in the way that silence sometimes carries a kind of breath after long holding. A single drawer slips open by itself, no more than an inch. Inside, there is nothing visible at first. Then something begins to rise, not from the bottom, not from the top, but from the center, as if pulled up from beneath its own shadow. It is a folded piece of paper shaped like a small boat, not carved or drawn, but formed, its edges crisp and precise, yet soft to the touch even before you reach for it. The color is not white. It is the color of mist that has lingered too long in a valley just after dawn, where light hasn't decided whether to arrive or stay away. You do not take it into your hands. Instead, you watch as it floats upward from the drawer's mouth, turns once slowly, like a leaf falling through water, and drifts toward the center of the room. There is no reason for it to go there. No landmark, no direction, no line on which it might rest. It simply moves, slowly, without effort, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along, not knowing what it was waiting for until now. The dragon does not react, not with a turn of its head, nor a blink, but you feel something shift in the air above your lap, a softening at the edge of awareness, like fog lifting just enough to let light through without changing anything else. The paper boat floats higher still, then begins to descend, not abruptly, but as if gravity has finally remembered how to pull gently. It lands on a flat stone shelf that was not there a moment ago. The stone is cool beneath it, yet the paper does not absorb any of that cold. Instead, it rests, still folded, still whole, and after several long breaths, its surface begins to ripple like water, disturbed by an unseen pebble. Only then do you realize it is not changing shape. It is writing itself, not with ink, not with words, but with the act of becoming. The way a cloud forms over time without ever choosing how much rain will fall. The paper unfolds slowly, one fold at a time, revealing patterns that are neither lines nor letters, but something older. Patterns like the slow curl of moss growing in reverse on stone, or the way roots grow when no light reaches them. It writes not what it means to say, but what it has always been. And you do not understand. You never will. But that is not required. There is a shelf near your feet now that wasn't there before. Just behind where your toes rest, tucked into the curve of the stone, like something meant to be noticed only when you stop trying to find things. It is low and narrow, made from pale wood bleached by time and touched at one edge with what looks like dried lichen. On it lies a small cloth bag, folded neatly in half, tied with a cord that has long since lost its tension. You do not reach for it, but you notice the weight of it, how it sits differently than anything else in this room. Heavier than silence, lighter than air. It is not heavy with meaning, not light with emptiness. It simply holds space in a way that no other thing does. The dragon turns its head, not toward you, nor away, but slightly left, just enough for one of its eyes to catch the glow from the far wall lamp as it moves through the library's slow air. The eye is dark but not hollow, like water in a deep well after sunset, where light still travels even if no one sees. You do not watch that moment long. You close your eyes and open them again, not because you need to see more, but because closing them feels like letting something settle deeper. When the space behind your eyelids is quiet enough, you feel another presence. A line of paper curling into being along the inside edge of one wall, thin as thread, soft as breath. It does not appear suddenly. It grows, not from below or above, but from within the stone itself, like an old memory rising through layers of silence. It is not drawn, not written. It simply exists, flowing upward in a single continuous motion, ending at a point just beneath the ceiling where it stops, without hesitation, without explanation, as if it had always been meant to go no further. And yet, it remains, a quiet line on the wall that does not need to be read or followed. You do not name it. You do not wonder why it is there. It only is. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with weight. a scent returns, this time fainter than before, like dust from an old book left open in a place where no one walks. But this is different. It carries a note of something warm and wet, not unpleasant, but full of stillness, like the smell of soil after rain has soaked deep into rock. The dragon blinks once more, but this time slowly, as if remembering how to do so. The movement lasts longer than any other gesture in the room since you arrived. It is not a signal, not an invitation, not a warning, just a blink, like someone waking from a dream they never knew they were having. Behind you, something begins to hum, not loudly, not clearly, but low enough that it might be imagined as part of your own breathing if you weren't certain otherwise. The sound is not music. It has no pitch or rhythm. It is simply the quiet vibration of stone when it remembers how to breathe after centuries of stillness. You do not try to locate its source. Instead, you let yourself sink into the soft weight of your own body, not as a burden, but as something that belongs here, like moss on a riverbed or shadow under a tree. You notice nothing about your hands except that they are warm where they rest, warm enough to feel like part of the floor now, not separate from it. A new shelf appears along the far wall, a single shelf without books, without drawers, without anything at all. Only space. But within that space, something begins to form. Not an object, but a shape. The outline of a place where no map has ever been drawn. It is not empty. It is full in its own way, full of the kind of stillness that comes after everything else has stopped trying. The dragon does not move. The paper boat on the stone shelf remains folded and unchanged. The line along the wall holds its ending without complaint. And you do not ask what it means. You only lie there, feeling how your body fits into this room. Not as a guest, but as part of its quiet shape. You are no longer outside the silence. you are within it, no longer seeking to understand, no longer needing to name, no longer afraid of what comes next, because nothing needs to come at all. You are lying still now, not because you've been told to, but because your body has found a shape that fits perfectly between what came before and what might come next. The air is not cool nor warm, but held in a kind of balance where temperature no longer matters. It simply exists as it should, neither pressing against you nor pulling away. You notice the way light behaves differently here, not cast from above or behind, but gathered in slow pools along the stone floor, like old breath that refuses to rise. There is a patch near your shoulder where the lamplight seems to rest longer than elsewhere,